Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は44日目です. It is day 44. We're starting with Bunpro today on account of Wanikandi's schedule is not until 11 p.m. local time. So we're gonna go through Bunpro and Hanzahiro beforehand. Alright. And now we're gonna start with our new stuff. So let's door 5 from yesterday. We had oof. Nope. Yeah, Henji reply or answer. Nope. Missed a stroke already. Oh no, wait. Right. Tanomu request to request and oh, yeah. Shikoku being late. Yep. Yes. Yeah, Nagai for Wish. Yoji business, a different type of business, like matters business. Okay, those are our 5. Hopefully they're good enough. Okay, let's get to it. 20 lessons, and it's before midnight. We did our last lesson after midnight, so this is probably why this shows up. Okay. Bone fracture. So Setsu Setsu was Koto? Yeah, Koto. No. Oh. Huh. Kotsu. Dang. Okay. That makes sense for the Setsu. Alright. What in the world? Oh, tempura. Oh, tempura ends up being half and half. My thought is probably pura deals with the fish part, so it could be referring, or like the technique or something that is not, that could be foreign. I have no idea why they ended up using input. Oh, it could be a verb related. Interesting. Oh no, Portuguese. There it is. It's right there. Hence the kind of like the multiple things. Kutsushita. Okay, fair. This should be. Oh. Sus. That's not quite. Okay. I am not familiar with this being used. Oh. I mean, it is sa. I wasn't thinking it's sus. Oh, it's just sa all around. Okay. Okay. Can be tricky. Aji is fine. No, we got orange. Wait, did it? Okay. Yeah, 自動車. Ooh. Ojogatsu. Oh no, oshogatsu. 正月. Yeah, 正月. There's Honorific. That's fine. Samaho. And right. Shogatsu, the non-honorific. Yumeji. Actually, let me.
有名人
Yeah, 有名人. 名人. That's self-explanatory. シャツ. シャツ. Explain. Good enough. And yeah, T シャツ. T シャツ. T シャツ. Oh, T シャツ. I figured it went back down, but okay. サラダ. Oh boy. What's this? Ketsu. Uketsuke. Oh man, uketsuke. Or is it like uke? Uke from like ukeru and tsukeru, right? Ukeru and tsukeru, uketsuke. All right. Ikidashi. Right, this one's also kinda wonky too. Kyuko. Fair enough. Alright, we have Asakohan. Alright. Hanami. What? Buncho. Okay, the act of damaging a bone through various kinds of trauma. Okay. Okay. So, kosetsu. A type of frying that is typical of vegetables and various other foods in Japan, right? They use the tempura. Something worn between shoes and the feet for both comfort and hygiene. Tsushita. And my kutsu is kind of weak. Or something to push outward or penetrate outward into another space, often spreading out within that space. Yeah, this one's gonna be rough. Okay. Small tasks involved in the daily running or maintenance of a house. Oh. The color of the sun and other hot things such as fire. Really? Okay. I see. A somewhat formal way to refer to a car or similar vehicle. Okay. Because in video games, the time moves by an hour. They don't change their reset time, they just change it. So P5X is overseas, so they don't change based on US time. So when you play games like Japanese games or Chinese games, the reset time shifts by an hour. Actually, that's also not really true for US games either. Like some US games, depending on where they're headquartered, they don't change reset times. So technically local time, it would change reset times. So for like parts of the year, the reset time would be at a specific time, and then for parts of the year, it would be at a different time. So right now it's 3 p.m. is the reset time for P5X. But when the whole daylight rolls around again, it's 4 p.m. I know this because P5X started in the second half of the year last year. Am I 5 hours behind GMT? I am right now. It's 5 hours behind GMT. It will be 4 hours in March. So we'll be 4 hours apart. No. Daily savings time. Chitosha. I have no idea. I don't keep track. Sometime around the what do you call them? The spring equinox. No, the spring solstice. No, equinox. Something like that. It's spring and fall is when daylight savings times happen. We'll know when we will know. Or, you know, let's find out. March 8th. March 8th. So March 8th is when everything's gonna be an hour forward. Daylight savings time is removed. You can the phrase daylight savings time is referring to like saving daylight during the day. Since winter day gets shorter, in order to provide more daylight, you turn the clocks at an hour back. This is how I remember which direction it is. I often get it mixed up, but daylight savings time is to provide more daylight during the day, hence the daylight savings during the winter time. And then when the spring rolls around, the days are getting longer. So like even at 6 p.m. right now, after 6 p.m., there's still daylight out because the days are getting longer. So then you fast forward an hour, as in remove the extra hour away. So will be 4-hour difference starting March 8th this year, which also means that the P5X reset time will be at 4 p.m. and not 3 p.m. You didn't realize the time change is unique to USA? There's daylight elsewhere, I think. I'm not sure. Hang on. Pretty sure there is, because only in specific countries where I have to take account for that temporary change. Also, could you have a peek at the trim? You had a haircut today? Oh, yeah, we shave everything. Pick a buzz trimmer and you remove to the same length all around. And it'll be 6 months. It'll be a little after Otakon before I get another haircut. I typically go from like 6 months. My hairline is straight. Yeah. That's take a trim. That's a good sign, I suppose. So I forgot what the UK. So I know that there are daylight savings is 70 countries. There are more than the United States. It's not unique to the United States, but I only experience and understand daylight savings when it comes to arranging times with other people overseas. I know Germany, we have to sort that out temporarily. And then the UK was temporarily as well. So that, like, wherever there's temporary discrepancies is how you know the daylight savings time is different. As far as I know, though, the reason why, like, Persona P5X, right, which is Chinese actually, Blackwing Studios is the developer, which is a subsidiary of Perfect World, which is located in China, and then PSO2 is Japanese, so they don't observe daylight savings time. So that means that it's guaranteed that if you have a game that is arranged in that way, it's going to be not. Neverwinter Online technically is run by US headquarters now. Like Art Games is headquarters in the US. However, that used to be Perfect World thing and all the other things. Like, there used to be a handler overseas, so I think they just stuck to it. That's what they do. So their thing, I'm not sure. It goes back and forth. So that's kind of why I know about the daylight savings time discrepancy. Not sure how often you play video games nowadays that are overseas, but typically, at least from my perspective, it's fairly common to take into that account that people who play overseas games that have like rolling updates. I don't actually know if Hearthstone adjusts to daylight savings time. You've heard it has quite an impact on the economy? Yeah, it does. most there, you know, it's a controversial point, but some prefer psychologically to have abolished daylight savings time, largely to the idea that it's coming from a perspective where if you're not concerned with the physiological or the emotional or behavioral impact of sunlight or having sun during a work period, simply adjusting to that would be the idea, where you remove daylight savings time and take the absolute time, right? I mean, that's also very similar to the debate about using a 24-hour clock as opposed to a AM PM function, because AM PM has historically dealings with the idea of the sun as well, and then most of aspects of time deals with astronomy, right? The lunar cycle, the solar cycle. It's interesting. I actually am I'm not that well versed in whether there were particular studies regarding like daylight savings time. However, there are fairly corollary statistics dealing with the impact of sun, like sun exposure or visible sunlight, on human emotional output. Like, that's not to say that human hasn't developed behaviors that would mitigate or compensate for the lack of sun. It's really interesting. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if there's any direct connection other than the association with like melatonin and serotonin, like the cycle, right? Circadian rhythm, with the concentration of neurotransmitters, various neurotransmitters that deal with mood. Sunlight versus bulb, is there a difference for vitamin D? There is, but I don't think we're not really talking about vitamin D when it comes to what I just mentioned. But in terms of vitamin D, like the triggering for vitamin D, I have been told, or there has been claims, that you can still trigger it. It's a very specific wavelength, so you can still trigger it using a bulb. The thing is that the thing that triggers vitamin D is also the thing that triggers skin damage and cancer. So like it's kind of a double-edged thing. So you can still simulate it artificially, obviously. Like, for example, like a tanning bed would probably trigger vitamin D. It would also trigger skin cancer, or like skin damage. Usually that's kind of how the vitamin D thing works. That's true for sunlight, of course. Which then would go back to that long digression about the functionality of why would it make a difference on vitamin D production? Photons are photons in your ignorant view. Photons, oh yeah, that's the physics thing. Because the wavelength matters, I guess. There must be an emergent property with the wavelength. And like maybe, like, I don't know, but photons are photons, but they come in different wavelengths. And because of the different wavelengths, that also affects how penetrance works. So like if you're thinking purely from a physical standpoint, which is what physics is when you're defining it as a photon, my suggestion is probably because photons don't take into consideration whether the photon permeates like the intensity or the properties that's outside the photon, like its velocity or something like that, takes into account how much of that interacts with a biological barrier, I suppose. Like, for example, the difference between microwaves and infrared, right? That saying a photon is a photon doesn't account for the difference between microwaves and infrared, because there's also wavelengths and frequencies. So perhaps it's not necessarily an ignorant view, but more so when you're characterizing a photon, it does not take into account its wavelength. Like, you don't have to characterize it by its wavelength if you're thinking about the photon as like a particle, right? And we've already, I suppose, what was that theory called, where like photon and yeah, the photon and wavelength, or photon and frequency relationship, which is like Planck's constant and all that stuff. I don't remember this stuff, but there's a relationship. The double slit experiment, I don't think that explains the relationship, like but it's a photon wavelength relationship. Anyways, I'm not gonna talk about that, but generally speaking, if you're imagining the particle itself, then it can't explain that. Like, I'm not going to watch anything about the double slit experiment. It's not part of this discussion. Your dad drilled that song into your head from young. I can picture what that song. I can imagine what that song is like. Or I'm probably not gonna look at that video. Oh god. An expression that signifies the new year and the period soon after. An abbreviation for modern mobile phones. The period of the year that comes after Christmas. Oh yeah, this is, why did I use a different summary for this? Extends in the first period of January. Okay. Same thing without the honorific. A person that is very well known. Okay. We have it's the electromagnetic spectrum song. Fair enough. A simple short sleeve garment that is worn on the upper body. You know, that describes the t-shirt too, though. Casual clothing with short sleeves. Okay. Fair enough. A dish that usually contains many different fresh, uncooked vegetables. One way to describe it. A place that accepts the registration of names or receives arriving guests. Place that accepts the... Right. I like the inclusion. Well, it says accepts. I like the inclusion of accepts. Oh no, that's the wrong radical. Something that is designated to be drawn outward towards oneself or the act of getting money from an ATM. Something that is designed to be drawn outward toward oneself. That's interesting. Starting to really get into the groove of reading a different way. There is a game that I played a while back where it's called a Monsters Expedition. And I feel like they were intentionally British or they're not, but they used a British deadpan humor, like a deadpan humor in the sense of describing things. So it's a puzzle game, and they had these display cases, and what they did was they described human things, but they described it in a very from a different perspective, like a non-human perspective. And in order to do that, they simply described it in a manner that is not natural. So when you're describing, like, for example, this is a drawer, right? You're pulling something. You could describe it as, oh, it's something that slides open or slides open from pulling. But you could describe it as something that's designed to be drawn outward. Right, and then for the humor is that you go around and you look at these display cases. You discover these display cases, and they would describe things like the keyboard. It is a board designed with plastic caps on which one can push downward forces on buttons, or like they wouldn't describe the button, but push down on cubical plastic caps on top of long lubed tubes that, and then they would have a spin on it. They would say like it is designed, so they deliberately misinterpret what it does, right? So they would describe like a keyboard as, oh, it's a specialized finger music sound machine equipped with plastic cuboidal caps on top of like tubes with springs or something like that. And I thought it was really cute how they did it. This kind of strikes me as like and it was British humor because there were a lot of things that dealt with like British references. I don't know if the developers were British though. They struck me as British. Anyways, something that's designed to be drawn outward, so... Okay. Alright. This feels very similar, where you're describing things differently to describe words that... Sorry, you missed a part of that? Oh, I was just reminiscing about how you can describe things differently. That's kind of part of critical thinking and problem solving when you try to describe something differently. So whenever you're reading like definitions and whatnot, like to understand a different language, you also have to know how to describe things differently, even in your own language. So in English, whenever you're reading these new summaries, like these Bunpro summaries, it's not like really far into the deep end, but in comedy, in lots of forms of comedy and humor, especially deadpan humor utilizes like the contrast between it in a very eccentric opinion, like interpretation, and a like straightforward interpretation. For example, like earlier on, it was describing a drawer. A drawer is something that is designed to be drawn outward. One could also say a drawer is a storage location in which you pull to slide open. So The idea is that oftentimes the contrast between deadpan humor, like, you know, the funny man, the deadpan guy, and then the funny man, the straw man, the two duos, which is a very common setup for Japanese as well. Japanese, I forgot the name again. Manzai? I think it's like Monzai or Manzai. It's a very common setup where someone would say something and it would be interpreted differently to contrast the two perspectives. And when learning a language, learning a new language is very similar when you're trying to translate something between the language. Like whenever you hear, to me, this is also a form of deadpan humor, but I don't know if it tracks. But when you hear like martial arts films, like kung fu films, whenever they say something like the cricket leaps over the river and steps onto a blade of grass, like that is kind of very similar. The idea is that if you're used to understanding what that illustrates, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is when translated. However, it can be very humorous coming from a different perspective. Like how do you like illustrate suppression or like oppression, for example? Might, pressure. So when you have might and pressure, you're oppressing something. So you have might plus pressure, right? Or how do you bully someone? Insult and disgrace put together. Insult, disgrace is bully. So that's kind of the idea here, where like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way to describe a drawer. Something that's designed to be drawn outward. And I think some of this stuff is kind of lost in the world of the internet, because the internet is hyper objective now, and like nowadays a vast majority of the stuff is looking for a singularity, a coalescence of ideas and expressions to create consistency, right? Targeted consistency. And the more consistent things are, the more predictable they become. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I really love this game, yeah, so, and then when you hear the description, it would be like 95% overlap with anything else served to you on the internet, because if you watch something, they would serve you something very similar, and not too not too great of a disparity between the thing that you like watching versus the thing that are being served. Do you like the humor in QI? I think it's okay. I enjoy it when it's not all the time. I think QI QI is quite heavily dependent on its guests. For myself, I like it. It's smile funny, not laugh funny. I think it's entertaining. I don't usually find things like outright funny. I'm not a laughing kind of person in general. Like, what I mean is, even things that are meant to be funny, I'm not quite a laughing kind of person. I'm more of a haha and a giggle kind of person. The majority of the time that I laugh is usually for catharsis and response. So whenever someone has the intent of wanting me to laugh is usually the times that I laugh. I don't typically... I take things more seriously most of the time. I'm more of a preponderance kind of person. So things are funny when they're prepondering. So for QI, for example, I favor chemistry in unlikely places. So QI has this inherent nature of having similar people. Like, what I mean is they work on chemistry based on compatibility. a lot more than chemistry based on intellectual discussions. However, there are certainly varying guests, and those varying guests are the ones that really shine to me personally, because they would have to be smile funny at the same time flexing their intellectual diversity between the two. Which what I mean is I often find things funny and entertaining when it's more diverse, and QI isn't necessarily always diverse in that manner. It's an incredible show though, for its like content and whatnot, much like how Taskmasters is situated, where it's dependent on the guests, right? And the guest rotates, or not really rotates, but they are very much like the current trend of talk shows. And what I mean by talk shows, not in the sense of US late night television, but more like a talk show in which there's a consistent host with more or less one rotating trend, like a group of trending or multiple or singular interview, kind of like with a task at hand. And talk shows nowadays do have those type of things. They first do the interview process, then they have a task, and that task is used to like showcase whatever is going on. So the content creation side is very similar. Some of the most well-produced things are like, I'm gonna plug Hank again, right? Hank Asks Anything, that's very similar. But the task that they have is asking questions and answering questions in a different manner. Or you could say Hot Ones, right, with Sean Evans, which deals with eating wings and then doing the interview process. And then there's Mythical Kitchen that does last meals. It's a task. So there's a theme and a task that they perform while intellectually interacting with each other. And the idea is that the guest and the host are remarkably diverse from each other in a way that they are able to intellectually flex and be diverse, like charmingly communicative despite being desperate in background and experience. You think traditional British humor has an aspect of ego in it due to its implicit trend? Yeah. So my thing is that it's not like, I'm obviously sharing my personal bias or partialness to it, is the idea that I like different people interacting with different people, not the other way around. I don't particularly find it as interesting. That doesn't mean it's not entertaining. I don't find it as intriguing when it's a groupthink situation where you have lots of chemistry based on compatibility versus chemistry based on like improvisation, like natural ways of communication. Like, I like when people are able to communicate through their differences, share their differences. There's an exchange going on, as opposed to what is the new term now is called glazing. That's the word that I hear a lot. So as opposed to like a word like shilling or flattery, right? Glazing. This word is kind of like encapsulating my thought, where you invite, when the host invite hosts that are easy, as in they are already in the wheelhouse, like they are of the same mind. Now that's great and very entertaining too, in their own right, right? There's chemistry in that way. I simply find it a lot more intriguing when there are two very different people in the sense of their background and their experience. And that chemistry is coming from their mutual ability to communicate with each other. Like, charismatic could be a compatibility thing. I don't know how you would weigh that compared to compatibility based on similar interests and like similar history. Usually chemistry deals with it's like a lot more emergent than simply like, oh, you're a comedian, I'm a comedian, therefore there's chemistry. That's usually not automatically assumed, right? And QI has their guests can rotate. Their guests are variant, so I would say QI is very similar to the other type of it applies to pretty much most kind of talk show-esque format these days. Like Hot Ones, there are going to be particular guests like, oh yeah, it sounds like, all right, it's a content creator and a content creator who influence each other, and it's like, okay, cool, right? It's very wholesome. I would call it wholesome. Probably a lot less interesting. And then it'd be like the host decide to host someone who doesn't like YouTube content, but they grew and exchanged from that and found mutual greater appreciation from that interaction. I really like those things, like transformative events. And it's not due to personal prejudices, but more like curiosity. Like when someone explains, oh, you know, I've really often haven't ever thought about this, but I really wanted to come on this show to try it anyways. You always find with shows like Hot Ones that the guests, especially the more popular ones, seem to have some sort of mask on in terms of their behavior that makes it difficult for you to be invested in it. That's intriguing. I do not have that impression. I think it's less so than being on shows like QI. So that's kind of interesting thought. Yeah, the popular ones, I guess it really, I'm kind of curious who you were referring to as the popular ones. I think the vastly popular ones, they are the most consistently charismatic ones with their typical behavior. Perhaps there are very specific ones that put on masks, like you're referring to the ego ones, the people who do egos. But I think the most charming ones happen to be the ones that are the most popular. Yeah, like Kevin Hart is not one of them. Oh well, Kevin Hart has been on Hot Ones, I think. I didn't watch the Kevin Hart one, but that was, I don't remember. I'm not sure if he's been on Hot Ones. I didn't watch it though. I'm not in like when you're talking about like masks, I'm not entirely sure if you're referring to a particular personality, because I can kind of see what you mean, at least from my perspective, what you mean by the mask. But I think the mask, it might actually be the person's personality. So I don't know if you're particularly turned off by someone's personality and it's viewed as having a mask. I mean, I can't tell. They're celebrities, or like they're people that I don't have any personal connection with, right? However, if you're talking about a mask in the sort of not being able to know their behavior, I would say that's true for nearly every single thing that is behind the frame. Unless you know them personally. So one could make an argument that everyone has a mask Like right now, I have a mask. I kind of say this often, and I'm slightly going a little too deep into this, but generally speaking, anyone who grew up in a face culture, which by the way, becoming a celebrity is a face culture. It just happens to be also universal in like a celebrity standpoint. However, in Asian cultures, at least in my opinion, in Chinese cultures, for example, everyone wears a mask. It's expected you wear a mask in public. Personal and professional life are norms, and I don't know if that's something that it's considered abnormal. Like, you're saying mask as though that it is difficult to be invested in, right? And yet I don't see how the things you refer to are not masks in that way. Like, when you're consuming a content, I do not see how you don't see it as a mask if you're making an argument about their behavior, right? Like produced shows, like production shows, I'm trying not to convince you that you should accept these things, but like, what type of show, like a professionally produced show, do you consider not having a mask? I think that's a better question. When you're wearing a mask, you're wearing a mask. Unless you're telling me this is how you behave 24/7. Based on a lot of things you mentioned before, I think you do try to code swap and whatnot, depending on the environment. Otherwise, I think it takes a person with very strong ego, self-confidence, maybe even to a point of arrogance, in order to not consider wearing a mask every once in a while. Yeah, you didn't express what you meant well. It's the certain type of mask that come across as sort of cliche. Yeah, that's probably what I was trying. That's my first inclination. I thought that's what you might be referring to. I swapped the term afterwards. Like, for example, like mask, mask can be like something hidden, right? But there's also professional masks. And I think when I think of, like, when you mentioned Kevin Hart, I think that's him, right? That's him professionally, which that's what I was referring to when you say maybe you're just referring, like, it's a specific personality that you don't particularly find worth investing, which is perhaps whatever characterizes the professional etiquette that is Kevin Hart, I suppose. I agree with that, honestly. Like, for example, what's a mask that I would say is very home to me? The Twitch mask. And it's very similar to what you're saying, the sort of non-interesting cliche ones. And it's not that they're not good or bad or like exciting or not. For myself, I'm a person of diversity. Personally, right? I have a preference for diversity. So I'm more of into like eccentric masks. People who are eccentric, and eccentric is not a specific thing, right? It's not a static situation. And what's cliche is also not static. They're dynamic. So some things that are cliche now could be eccentric then. So right now, I spend most of my time not trying to target the same thing to my face, basically, because the internet does this better. This is better at being done. And for myself, in order to balance that, I look at eccentric things. So, for example, there was a time when talking about FromSoft, was eccentric. It is not that time anymore. It is not that time. So whenever someone expounds upon the intricacies of the influence that FromSoft had on the gaming industry, I am not as interested. It is not as interesting to me, so I do not invest in it. That sort of thing, right? Whether this is the mask that person wears. Like, I could talk about Souls-like game in a manner that is also like wearing a mask. Like, oh man, you know what's the most satisfying thing about Souls games? They're very difficult. They're difficult in a way that you just gotta get back, make that run back, and then it feels so good when you've been trying like 100 times, and then you're getting that one smack. That's a mask to me, right? But it's the cliche mask, the one that is most overrepresented. So whenever you hear like a top 100 most exciting game, and of the top 100, like 50 of them you list are Souls-like games, that is a mask. That, I guess, in my opinion, that's what we're talking about here. It's the more cliche ones where like, oh, what are they gonna do when they say Souls-like game? It's hard, whatever that means. It's hard. It has great level design. Like, well, what does that mean? It's I forgot what other cliche words, but that is what I would prefer as like refer to as like the professional mask. I totally agree. There are definitely specific masks. Like for myself, if I had to describe myself when I'm talking, I put people off because I speak very agreeable. And agreeability is another cliche for public figures, especially public figures that are more inclined on the educational side, right? I mean, I certainly don't sound like a British monarch or a British politician. However, I do sound like a inherently neutral ChatGPT kind of thing, right? When someone says, oh yeah, ChatGPT has this training tendency where it's overly positive, or it has a positive lean with a consistent neutrality, right? But a slightly positive lean in encouragement. That's typically what my public mass is like. I speak with a slightly encouraged lean towards getting someone to respond and provide more information for myself. And I rarely express an opinion of my own until asked for that opinion, and even then that opinion is, like, with the lack of a better word, masked in other people's opinions. I agree that you do always, if not nearly always, wear a mask. Yeah, you do code swap often as well. Yeah, and I'm not sure how much I like or dislike that now that I think about it. Here's a meta thought about masks, right? I think my metagame here is I like people that have lots of masks, as opposed to relying on one mask. So whenever I'm referring to like diversity, the natural habit is to lean towards that code swapping. So when I watch those shows like QI, for example, Mythical Kitchen, Hank, anything with Hank Green, it's how many masks that person wears. So it's maybe this is a little bit this is bias, and it's with all due respect to the guests, the people who like come on to the shows, but my inherent focus is the extent of diversity of the host. It is the host, for me personally, that I have the longest attachment to. So I get invested in seeing how well the host continuously adapt to the guest. And that's why when you were talking about like some of the guests that come on, you have a problem, like difficulty to be invested in. And my first thought is the guest is the least likely person to be invested in unless you already know the guest. As in, like, you watch Hot Ones for the guests, it would mean that it would only be particular guests that you would ever watch Hot Ones. You wouldn't ever invest in the show because the show's constant is Sean Evans, not the guest. And then it is Sean Evans' choice, and his editors and whatnot. They are the ones who creates that predictability and diversity in the guests that they have. So whenever someone asks about do I find certain shows interesting or whatnot, I'm usually thinking about the most consistent part of the show, because that's where you are able to invest in something. And then on occasion, some of those guests, when they come on, they happen to be people that I've already invested in. So then they, instead of classifying them as a mass that is cliche, right? A person's mask is only the extent of your exposure to them. So Hank, for example, Hank wears like 40 different masks to me, largely because I've invested in the person. I have followed the person parasocially, as opposed to looking for any instance in time. Or like, I don't know Kevin Hart. I know him as the comedian who shows up every once in a while in a movie that was recommended to me from someone else. He wears a very specific mask, a very hyperactive, smiling, slapstick comedian to me, and that's the mask that I've seen him wear most of the time. I haven't ever seen him in any other situation. Sean Evans, I've seen him in like 3 or 4 different ones. Josh, I don't know his last name. Josh, the host of the Mythical Kitchen, he has so many, like, Mythical Kitchen has so many formats, and that guy has to like respond and adapt to so many situations, and it's incredible. So naturally, because of his ability to adapt and get along with like the format of Mythical Kitchen's thing deals with like doing a segment with very varying different guests. The whole idea is to challenge the host and the many recurring casts, how well they adapt to different situations. And I enjoy that probably the most, because it allows you to discover the depths of the mask they wear, I suppose. And myself, I think ultimately I've only shown like 2 or 3 different ways, different parts of me, I suppose. Like there's no way I could ever channel my old self. I tried every once in a while, like to project my younger self, or like situations that don't really come up. Like for example, when you'll probably rarely ever encounter me acting in a part of being in a classroom anymore. Like it would be kind of fun to be able to show that in the future, maybe. But generally speaking, as cliche as it sounds, I'm a pretty walking cliche when it comes to someone who came out of graduate school and have to interact with strangers on a daily basis. I wouldn't say I sound remarkably different from other people. The thing that makes me not cliche possibly is because it's not trendy. It's not trendy to sound like me. Otherwise, then I would be the cliche. So then I would be wearing the mask of cliche. So one of the things that I often thought about is, here's a thought protocol. So how do you find enjoyment if the most accessible things are cliche, right? Because that's kind of what cliche is. Cliche is the most trendy and acceptable things. They eventually become cliche due to their frequency. So how do you enjoy things that are popular consistently, and then also enjoy the things that are eccentric? And for myself, obviously you probably have your own system. I find that as opposed to whenever we're talking about cliches, I play a game with myself, and others might find this a little pretentious or not. Whenever it comes to something that's cliche, like something that's trendy, right? I want to test this trend. I usually play a game with myself, and I test this trend by challenging my profiling skills. And the whole goal is to find the eccentrics, the eccentricities. So when someone asks me, when someone comes by, it's like, oh yeah, did you hear? Like, man, this person is hot garbage. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that is currently a very trendy remark. It's hot garbage. Like this particular controversy is hot garbage, right? All right, now I test the limits of my profile of this cliche to find the person's eccentricities. That's the way I go about making things entertaining. So like, for example, if I find Kevin Hart, for example, like this is hypothetical because I don't really know anything about Kevin Hart, nor do I know all their many masks. Like I don't follow him. Like if something feels basic, right? The other word would be is basic. And again, basic is not static. What is popular today will not necessarily be popular tomorrow, and what's cliche today won't be necessarily popular tomorrow. So when someone's basic, the goal is, if I needed to invest, like if someone says like, oh yeah, this guy is really cool, like the way I invest is to find out if there's eccentricity in it. And then vice versa. Whenever something is very eccentric, I try to see if there's anything that is cliche. So most of the time, that's how I go about it. And that's how I can sort of play a game with myself and find, like, if I need to invest in something, it would be investing in a manner that will get me interested. So when someone tells me like, oh, do you like, for example, Gecko. I haven't talked to Gecko in many months now. He's usually very popular, right? That game is so pretentious, by the way. Yeah, it's supposed to be, because you're pretending to be interested until you are interested, right? So when you think about pretentiousness, right, how do you know how to like something if you don't? Well, there's one way. You could say you just don't like it, and then you could end the line of thought. Right? You could do that, right? That's kind of your guys are coming across as confident. Yeah, fake it until you make it. Yeah. So what you do is when you pretend, you can pretend long enough to like the thing you are pretending. Now, oftentimes when someone says fake it until you make it, it's often referring to the person who doesn't end up reaching the final step. They don't believe in the thing that they're confident in. They're usually pretending to deal with something, to cope with something. Now, that is something that is responsive. What makes this sound pretentious, what I'm saying would make it sound pretentious, is because it's proactive. But the thing that is truly pretentious about faking it until you make it is when you're responsive and you're trying to compensate for something. Which is based on the thing like, oh, well, I don't have a choice. That does relate to a struggle you have sometimes in terms of masks. When you wear all these different masks for so long, you have trouble deciphering what expression is your true self. Yeah, well, yeah, in my opinion, when you're saying you're struggling with having a lot of masks, it's how many things you're compensating for, what you're responding to, in my opinion. So, like, for example, oh, I need to fit in. I need to fit in. So here's a story, like, right, like, for example, you're group X. You're in group X, so you're the eccentric. This is the idea of wearing masks, right? In one sense. And you want to fit in group Y. So what you're going to do is you're going to fake it. As in, you interact with Y, and Y will give you feedback in order for you to better interact with Y again. I'm not saying that. That's not even close to what I'm saying. For me, X, I have the skill. So when I see Y, I figure out what Y is that's interesting to me. Like, so I am doing something that I decided to do. So I'm putting on the mask. I'm not studying something to create my mask. So this can fail. I totally understand that. Like, you could fail to interact with the thing because everything, the source of your mask is coming from something outside yourself. You are less committed. You are compensating. Like, that's... you do both. Obviously, people do both. The thing that you're saying about, like, that type of advice, which, by the way, I didn't say it was advice. That's kind of like the important part about all of this. I preface in most cases, like, if you're interpreting as advice, then you can interpret it any way you want. The fake it until you make it advice, or the interpretation, would be this. which is when a person wants to fit in and their true self is not the actions that they took. It's the response to what they want to be from outside themselves. When I was talking about trying to find the eccentricity in something, I like eccentricity. So when I see something that is cliche, I want to see if eccentricity exists in that cliche. Therefore, then I can appreciate both the cliche and its nuance. So that's what most people would refer to as an investment. When you get caught up in something long enough to know its nuance. Now, the reverse is also true when someone shares with me that something that is very eccentric. When it's very eccentric, it's unrelatable. Like, I have a really hard time relating to it because it's not normal. It's very eclectic. It's hard to get into, right? Like a hardcore niche, for example. It's very hard. So what I do is I look for the cliches. It is the cliches that will help me relate. Like, so I'm looking for a lot of things I know to be true in something that isn't. Like something that's really hipstery. It's so hard to relate. Like I have no idea. So I'm trying to project myself into this. So in both cases, I am looking for something that I am interested in order to form a connection and appreciation and incentive to viewing and acquiring or assimilating, maybe a better word would be adapting the things that I'm interested in. So I'm creating interest in the thing. I'm not waiting for something to be interesting to me. So whenever someone says I'm pretentious, they're talking about pretending to be something they are not. In a way, I'm doing both. My confidence comes from the idea that I am smart enough and skilled enough to find something interesting in something that is otherwise not interesting at first. I don't have to do that though. You know, like I can choose to walk away. That's fine. Like, oh, you really like Elden Ring. I can choose to walk away. That's perfectly fine. So why do I consistently do this is because it's the person I want to invest in. So whenever someone approaches me, it's like, hey, do you want to be friends? Like, are you sure about this? Are you serious about this? If you are, then yes, we can be friends. We are more likely, I will try very hard to be friends, because the idea is this person has already decided a point of investment. I'm not waiting to decide whether that person is interesting to me if that person has already chosen to invest, right? I will still be able to try. Whenever someone says, oh, hi, and then say nothing else, then I walk away from it. So that's kind of what I mean. I know what my true self is because I am choosing to do those things. And it can come off as pretentious because from a perspective of someone else, they might think that I'm pretending to be them, but I'm not really pretending to be them because I'm not interested. I'm interested, therefore I'm pretending. Two different things, right? I don't wait to be interested. I look if I am interested. And then that pretending and getting, practicing and participating is part of the process. So fake it till you make it. Yeah, two big difference. There, whenever someone says this in an interview, fake it till you make it, you can definitely tell which type of person, at least two. There's two dominant personalities. And I really like the one, to me, that's charismatic. And the charismatic one tends to be the proactive one. Personally, like what's charismatic to me is not charismatic to you or other people. The one that is proactive is the one that's charismatic to me. The one that is responsive, or not necessarily responsive, but reactive, has a feeling of pity, especially self-pity. And that to me doesn't strike as charismatic. Not that I actually, so when someone feels self-pity, I feel sympathy for that. Typically it elicits, I become sympathetic. This charismatic and proactive, I become empathetic. So if it has to be a competition, I have a preference for charismatic, proactive people. Like when someone asks me, how do I fit in? Like if I go and visit the United Kingdom, right? If I go and visit Great Britain, like UK, right? If I go there, what I would do would be, I'm probably going to be very pretentious to someone who thinks that I'm just trying to fit in. But the idea is I do that because then I can get to understanding it quicker. Like I am a person who embraces, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That is fake it until you make it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. There are so many idioms that deal with proactive pretentiousness versus responsive pretentiousness. And am I being agreeable because I don't want to get involved in your issues? No, I'm being agreeable because I do want to get involved in your issues. So whenever someone says, I have a problem, I'm like, may I ask if I could, I hope it's not too personal. May I ask, like, why is your day so bad? And some people could say, oh, yo, dude, this is like so cliche. This guy's just trying to be like politically agreeable, so that to seem like they care. It's like, yeah, I do care, but it also starts with that too. So whenever I try to be careful and very polite, self-censor myself, it's not being pretentious because it is pretentious to other people, and I can see it as pretentious. That is a part of my process. I can't like force myself way in and say, dude, you know what? Let's just be straight up honest with each other. I don't know what you're talking about, man. We're like, you're Gen Z. I'm like a millennial. Like, this is what millennials say. That could be quote unquote. That's not dealing with fake it till they make it. That's honest. You know, this is a double standard about communication. Being honest and genuine is somehow deliberately direct and abrasive. Like, oh yeah, that guy is just expressing their opinion. Like I like that. Straight as an arrow, right? I'm being straight as an arrow. The thing is, I don't have to be a pointy arrow. I mean, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of an arrow. So, fair enough. I'm more like a Nerf gun, okay? Like when you take a Nerf gun and you get hit by one of those like plunger things, it sticks to you, but it doesn't hurt you as much as a pointy arrow does, right? When in Rome in Japanese. Holy, I can't read that. Heard it a lot in sweet. Oh. So go ni itte wa go ni shitegae. Ooh, I kind of like that. Interesting. Yeah, so that's probably Procol. Listen, like, hear me out. This is a hear me out part, so we'll be straight here. When I was a teenager, And like up to, let's say, the 20, up to like teenager to 20, that was my response. I legitimately, I kid you not, this is a true story. When the internet was still going, I looked up for multi-personality disorder. Because I genuinely felt that there wasn't anything that was my true self. Like, I didn't know what my true self was because when I was growing up, it was a face culture, right? I grew up with a face culture. So what happened is that there's only a very small moment in my life that I felt that it was my true self, which is the idea that when I'm at home and isolated, right? Isolated, being with the culture that I was raised, which was the Chinese culture. That's when I felt like I was my true self, right? The whole idea is that I grew up in a household that was different from whenever I step out of the house. The moment I stepped out of the house, I'm wearing like 40 different masks at a very young age because no one knows what it's like to grow up in a house where I was, right? That's the whole idea of multiculturalism. So you wear all these masks, and the masks outdo your inside. Like whenever I'm home, it felt like it's a representation of a smaller of me. So at some point, all the masks that I wore as a response to others, they weren't me. Like whenever I talk about, like, it's not true now anymore, but it used to be. Like when I go out, I'm talking about like how good girls look. Like for example, like, oh yeah, that girl's hot, she's like 10 out of 10 or 12 out of 10. Like that's a mask I wore back then. That's a mask that I wore. We're like, oh hey, like you guys want to go and try to see if we can I don't know, loiter in the Walmart parking lots and do some shenanigans or something, or like, oh, let's go and play some football. Those are masks that I wore because the only time I wore those masks was in response to the event. So I wanted to fit in because I don't have enough experience, right? As when I'm younger, I had less experience. So when people talk about a younger or more closed off mind, they would think about faking it to get enough experience from the response. Well, let's just say after many years, and then we tack on another 18 years, there was a transition point where instead of making a response, now I go for a discovery process. So now every time I'm responding to things, I'm also looking for something. So when someone asks me like, oh yeah, 67, or no, wait, is this 76? Wait, is this 6'7" or 7'6"? Well, anyways, whenever someone says, this is how, like, right now I'm out of touch, right? Out of touch. But the thing is, I'm being pretentious right now. Oh, it's 6'7"? Okay. So 6'7", right? So, okay. Now hear me out. I just screwed up, right? Some kid is gonna yell at me now. It's like, it's 6'7", not 7'6", you pretentious millennial. And I'm like, yeah, can you tell me more about 6'7"? How does this make you feel? Because I'm gonna own it. So I'm gonna own 7'6". And how am I going to own 7.6? It's like, well, hey, you know, my 67 guy, have you played a game called Fallout 76? Because the reason why I remembered 7.6 instead of 6.7 is because I thought about Fallout 76. And now, if you want to talk about a game that was originally released as hot garbage, you should really check out how much of a hot garbage it is. Right now it's doing pretty well, so hey, check it out. I think it's free to play. So the idea is, what would I have done now? What I have done is, I'm not really changing myself per se. I was trying to be relatable to someone that I have to put on a mask. But that mask is, I'm fishing for myself. I'm fishing for a point of cliche. So if 67 is eccentric, as in something that I'm not familiar with, right? It's eccentric. I set things that I know to be relatable to the thing that I'm trying to relate to. So in essence, every time someone brings up a new piece of information, I'm relating it to something I already hold dear to myself. Like, and when I mean dear, I mean, I know Fallout 76 news more than I know 67. The thing is, these two things are connected now to me. And in order to get attached to something that is eccentric to me and have someone relate to me, I meet halfway. So when something is eccentric, I connect with something that's cliche. Cliche things are things that I know really well, because they wouldn't be cliche if you didn't know them well. So whenever you talk about like, oh yeah, I've seen this all before, it's the same thing. How about 69? 69? 96. And you might be wondering like, what's wrong with 96? Oh, there's just two people sleeping facing the other direction. The 69 thing is a millennial thing, so then there's the 96. And what would I bring up in 96? 1996. Oh boy, do I have some stuff to tell you about 1996. I mean, I don't actually know if there's anything that happened in 1969. I'm not entirely sure what happened in 1969, but I would probably take a dip into 1996 and talk about the 90s, what it's like to grow up in the 90s. That's what I would do. So at any point, I do wear a mask. The moon landing happened in 1969? Really? Oh, well, yeah, we might as well start with that then. Dang. That's a good one. And there you have it. At least that's what I would do. And what Procall, when you said that that does relate to a struggle you sometimes have in terms of masks. When you wear all these different masks for so long, you have trouble deciphering what expression is your true self. I think for myself, like, again, this is not advice. This is not advice. This is my past. So my past, after a while, I stopped. After a while, I gained so much experience. I gained enough experience where whenever I'm looking to wear a mask, it's part of me too. So the mask, right, is divided by me and the thing I'm looking at, the other. So every new mask that I'm wearing has both me and the other thing. So whenever someone says I'm pretentious, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. Because I am part pretentious and also the part that is looking to connect with the person. One cannot do all of one. I do, like, what is true to myself is that if you are always you, And if you are always other, that to me is truly pretentious. Like this is pretentious. I know I'm using the same words. So this is what I mean by pretentious, and this is what I mean by egotistical. And on the internet, you're either A or you're B because of hyperpolarization. You're either honest, therefore both arrogant, prideful, and egotistical, and genuinely a straight arrow to a fault, or you're pretentious. You're a shiller, a glazer, a for-profit influencer, right? Someone who's sponsored, corporate greed, etc., right? Right? Someone else is pulling your strings, right? So you're either these two. And the truest of myself is that I am both of these. I'm both A and B at the same time. So at any one time, whenever someone says I'm a boomer, I'll probably pull up some Zoomer stuff. If I'm talking to a Gen Z, right? Or when someone calls me out for being out of touch, I will try to find something that's in touch. Or frame something that is out of touch and explaining how I'm out of touch in order to reach a point of empathy at any time. So that, in a way, for myself in the past, have grown out of feeling like I'm pretending most of the time. And that's kind of the idea. Like, no more pretending. Or, yes, more pretending, but also myself at the same time. And that might be more confusing, honestly. Like, if I had to take another perspective, someone might think this is even more confusing than just being yourself, quote unquote, just being yourself, or just pretending so you can live, right? You can, maybe when you pretend long enough, it will become you, versus, or you just stick with whatever you care about and hope that one day others will understand you. That's up to you. Those are your choices, right? Or like, those feel like the only choices people have. You either say, oh, I'm always honest. I'm always honest. Which makes you narcissistic, right? Bad or good, right? You're always honest, so therefore then other people will always know you. That is not true. Because that also means anyone who don't like you don't care about you. Right? So that's what you have to tell yourself, in my opinion, when you're saying, I'm always honest, I'm always projecting. If you're constantly projecting, then yes, the others that you'll meet are you. Right? And I kind of like this one quite a bit as a form of therapy, or like a form of therapeutic self-evaluation. If you're someone who strives to be you, right, always you, like always sympathetic to yourself, right, empathetic to yourself, then the people you surround yourself with are a reflection of you. And that's where I start, actually. Online I start like with other people. I start here. This is the cliche. When you're not a professional, so you don't work professionally in a public eye, so you don't work in public, as in you don't have to put on masks to be politically correct, or some sort of like having to be agreeable with many different people. So that's what I mean by not professional in public. Then you, in my opinion, from my perspective, I act on the cliche route. I imagine this person cares about their own opinions, right? Their own opinions. They always put their legacy first ahead of someone else. They always say that honesty is the best policy. Like there are various situations. And then what I do is I try to reach a point of empathy. So then I would act honest, straight as an arrow. But then I would be looking for nuance of professionalism. So I connect by pretending, but it's really not pretending. It's like half pretending, because it's both. When someone is very honest with me, I will be very honest with them. However, that's not all of me. The idea is in the future, I will likely talk about, hey, you know, sometimes I try to censor myself because there might be children around. I know that you always be honest, so you speak your mind and you would swear around children or like just lose yourself in your own creative mind. But let's talk about what happens when there are kids around. Like, would you be open to trying to come up with a more dynamic behavior like that is different? And you know, I spoke to tons of people who's like, well, why does it matter? Those kids are gonna hear swear words in their future anyway, so you might as well do it now. That person is being honest with themselves, right? They're projecting how they grew up. And I would ask something like, so what makes you think this way? Like, is that how you grew up? Like, were you okay? I mean, it sounds like you've been very successful despite, you know, like you're going against the grain, so to speak. Like, somehow it really doesn't matter how vulgar you are or how genuinely honest and you always speak your mind. It worked for you. Now, is there any chance that you think other people who are around you, who are growing up or learning something, do you think they'll have the same situations and opportunities you have? And I'll let them answer those questions. But generally, answering those questions is where I'm looking for the nuance of this person. So then this person becomes less of a cliche to me personally, and I'm willing, and that's how I invest in them. Now, if someone is incredibly eccentric, like they would say something like, oh yeah, like I like live service. That's not trendy right now. That would be something that I would hear less about, right? But someone comes up and say they like service. I'm like, oh hey, I'm usually mid on a lot of things, like so I'm like, oh okay, well I have something. I play P5X. P5X is a live service game. Let's talk about P5X for a moment. If this person if this, like, I could say something like, oh, you know, an honest person, a typical honest person in this day and age, this trend, they'll be like, you, dude, live service is garbage. And then this person will say, I'm just telling you the truth, man. Like, I'm being honest. Live service is garbage. And then the other person will say something like, well, I like live service. And then it would end there. That's how the conversation ends. So no, yeah, right? Instead, I would start with something that is eccentric. Now, if I like P5X, and guess what? P5X is on the internet. More people voice their disagreements and dislike of P5X than liking P5X. So that's kind of the idea where, so if I'm going to be eccentric, I'm going to take something that's cliche to me. And what am I going to talk about in terms of cliche? Well, let's talk about all the negative things about live service together. but I'm going to be talking about it in a quote-unquote potentially a pretentious way to someone who likes live service, because to someone who is being honest, I am being pretentious because I only listed like one live service game, P5X. And then they would think that it's like, oh yeah, the rest is garbage though. The rest of live service is garbage. It's just cherry picking. It's like, well, that's the point. This person likes live service. They're being eccentric, and the eccentricity must be matched with my abilities to relate, right? So in both ways, I'm still looking for something. So like when I'm talking to this person now, I'm gonna try to find the stuff that they like about live service that's similar to the way other people like live service, or like that's similar to the way other people like things. What's something that this person is probably going to like about live service? It's free to play. The word is free. And if I had to connect someone who thinks live service is garbage and someone who likes live service, they both probably can agree free things are kind of nice. And there's the bridge. So what does this kind of look like? I'm in the middle. I'm in between the two. Is it a gacha? P5X is a gacha game. Yes. I also play Neverwinter Online, which uses a loot box system. I also play Hearthstone, which uses a card pack system. It's a CCG, a collectible card game. So all of the free-to-play models have some sort of monetization. P5X specifically uses a gacha system, the banner system that's popularized by, I guess, MiHoYo. So Genshin Impact and stuff, like banners where you draw. New characters are released with every patch, which is what I'm doing this evening. Hopefully I get to it this evening. Pro call, it's Friday, by the way, James. This is kind of like a normal ritual now. It's become a regular ritual. It's Friday going to Saturday, and then possibly Saturday into Sunday. We kind of have this routine of like meandering about topics. I don't know if I'm gonna change this into something, and maybe we'll just yap on weekends. But Pro Call has like weekday things and all that. But we usually end up spiraling into something like this. Today's conversation started with one of the bigger triggers started with actually we did talk about science at first, but then we talked about QI, which is the first question that Procall asked about, like what I think about QI. QI is a British show, a long-running British show. I'm not sure if you're familiar with QI, James. It has a consistent host, and then the host interacts with a cast of guests, and there are at least 4 guests. And what they do is they enter intellectual discussions while doing... Oh, you do watch QI. Okay. Yeah, it plays on TV. Nice, James. Procall introduced me to QI. And I watched like the first 1 to 2 seasons, largely because I mentioned Hugh Laurie before. And Hugh Laurie was part of the first cycle of guests. Recently, I brought up QI again, circa 2025 to 2026. QI, one of the QI, Hank Green, spoiled it on his vlog that he actually did one of his things that he always wanted to do to get on QI. So he was there. And I have yet to see that episode. But this is the most recent thing. And we were talking about how to invest in shows. So the conversation went to, I talked about QI, how I treat QI. I really like formats like QI where you have a consistent host in which you invest in. And that host is what I focus on a lot of times, because the guests are who they're interacting with. And then that led to the discussion of pretentiousness, or not really necessarily pretentiousness, but the idea of a cliche and eccentricity when it comes to mask wearing, like professional masks. And I was trying to clarify, and there are many different ways to interpret masks, and I think Procol and I was trying to read into it, so I was describing the different types of masks, and the particular type of mask deals with whether you are pretentiously adapting or you are proactively adapting. And I was trying to describe the two sides because it's very important to make for me personally, it's an important thing to distinguish between them. When I was younger, I was adapting through pretentiousness. So the whole fake it until you make it situation is like, I thought I'm multi-generational American, so I pretend to be one. I engaged in like cars, golfing, hunting, barbecues, right? Fireworks, shenanigans, like those things I needed to learn by adapting to them. So I engaged in them like responsively when I was younger. Basically, if they happen, I could get pulled along, and I'm wearing masks. I'm developing a mask based on my need to belong. Nowadays, though, I am proactively pretentious. So this is the irony here. This is the paradox. When I'm proactively pretentious, I'm being honest. How am I being honest? I'm being proactive because I like pretending. That's the whole point of trying to be honest. If you want me to participate in your football game, for example, I could sit there and say, oh, I don't like football. Like, I've never played football before. No, I would go in there and I would try my best and respond and like really try to commit myself to understanding why people like football. And when I mean football, I'm talking about soccer, because I'm really terrible at kicking things, like those specific like ball kicking things. And the idea is that this is the charismatic generousness that I'm talking about. There's a difference between charismatically pretentious versus pretentious as in guarded defensiveness. So whenever someone asks me, how are people potentially perceived as more charismatic, they are unapologetic is the word I would use, as opposed to honest. And unapologeticness, what does pretentious mean exactly? That's a good question. I don't know what pretentiousness is defined as. Oh, attempting, it's apparently, here's some keywords. Attempt, affecting in a manner that has a greater importance. Importance, talent, culture, than it actually possesses. Right? So basically, like when someone says, I don't know, I love Japanese language learning. It's like, oh really? Me too. I think it's fantastic. That could be pretentious. And that's how I sound most of the time, honestly. When someone says, oh yeah, dang, Japanese is really hard. It's like, yeah, you're right. Like, I can kind of see what you mean. Like, that Japanese language learning is quite hard. But hear me out. And then that's when I flip the script. right? Like I would first start. Well, hear me out comes a little bit later. I was like, oh, by what do you mean by hard? Like, can you describe to me why it's hard? And then they would say something like, well, there's kanji, and then there's the multiple reads. Like, oh yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. Let's use this character. Let's use this word as a example, right? You could say this is Q call, but then this side has kunomis, and this side also have kunomis. Like, how would you know? Is this a E? Like, that's potential pretentiousness, because despite me not saying I agree or disagree whether Japanese is hard, which I haven't said anything yet, the idea is that I am invested to be agreeable to the person that's coming, and then I share something of my own. My own. And what happens is that person's mask, so the mask that I'm wearing for this person is a bit of them and a bit of me. So in the adult life, most of my masks are both me and the person I'm pretending, technically, pretentiously trying to elevate their importance. Because it is important to know that what they think is important is also important. If you're not unapologetic about it, then you could be the other pretentious. What is the other pretentious is how I feel that most people are focusing on. So what is the other pretentious? The other pretentious is when you're 100% you or 100% them. And the easiest one to spot is when you're being pretentious to be 100% them. That's the thing that comes off often as cliche. And then the thing that is 100% you comes off as arrogant or overconfident. Some might say honest and genuine. Like that's fair. Like these are the things. And then cliche as them would be cliche, agreeable, glazing, like try hard. There are quite a lot of terms for this. And then to spin some positive thing, right? Agreeable, diverse, cultured. There are other words, right? Do you think the bit of them that's in the mass becomes a part of you for a different mass? It does. Yeah. The idea is that when I keep me and the other, this is the new mask. This is the new mask. Like that's why it's difficult for me. Like, hear me out. If you're wondering, well, why then do people say 100% you or 100% them when it comes to pretentiousness? Because remember, when someone's arrogant and prideful, they can come off as pretentious. Like, for example, hey guys, I'm a super genius. Just listen to me. Everything I say is true. Like, because I'm the smart guy, so whatever you're thinking, that's wrong. I'm the right guy to come to when you need answers. 100% you, arrogance. That's a pretentiousness. You're elevating your own importance to a degree that it might not actually be that important, right? It's overselling yourself. When you're 100% other people, it's like, oh, that's cool. I absolutely love everything about you. Like, man, can I just be you? Like, I would love to one day be just like you. Sycophant. Pretentious as well, right? And if you stick on that consistently, then you remain pretentious. So that's, you either wear someone else's mask, pretentious, or you wear your own mask, still pretentious, because there's no empathy. No eventual empathy or sympathy for that matter. Neither, or it's kind of like, not like truly, because when you think about empathy and sympathy, there's a connection between these two. You're not making the connection between these two. So rarely would you ever feel like your true self this way. And then when you think about your true self this way, right, in the form of forming masks, what are you wearing your mask for? You have no mask. So no mask means that most other people will think you're pretentious because you're only wearing the mask that you want, right? So whenever you're going around, in my opinion, you're unrelatable. Unless when I say no mask, the one mask you wear is also the one mask the other person wears. And that's perfectly fine. So that's what projection gets you. So you have a smaller scenario, but you can still be happy. Like if you meet your soulmate, for example, right? Like whoever it is, you meet that one buddy that's wearing the same mask as you collect together, right? That's super solid. Now, if you're unhappy that you don't have a lot of friends, and you're unhappy that all your friends are like angry or egotistical or narcissistic or something, though, that's part of the deal. When you have people who only wears one mask, and it's their way or the highway, and you project that is your one mask and one way or the highway, know that one must also be happy enough to be appreciative of the rare times that you meet someone who is a reflection of your true self. For the record, I don't really know how this feels. Like that's my conceptual understanding. This is my conceptual understanding. When you're constantly projecting one mask, you're expecting to encounter a limited number of people who projects and reciprocates that one mask. If you're truly genuine and honest and always straight as an arrow, then you would resonate with someone who is projecting truly honest and straight as an arrow, despite like the characteristics of it. Like you could have a bad temper, then other people around you will have a bad temper in a similar way. My natural state is a combination of these two. So those people that are around me would have those tendencies too. And then when you're purely empathizing, then you're going to be around, like what I mean is purely people who have no true self with themselves, then they can still hang out with other people who operate the same way. But there's a different dynamic, right? These are inherently zeros and ones. Usually humans are somewhere in between. And for myself, I tend to exercise something in between. It's the realistic outcome. And with each person, the reason why if you're doing a 50-50 all the time is it's really not that scalable. So there's no scalability to this. If you want me to make a case for why these exist, like 100% them, millions and millions of people. You can scale up to millions and millions of people. Because what you're doing is you're basically trying to adhere to the cliche that reaches the largest audience. That's mediocrity, right? Or temporal mediocrity. And what does mediocrity mean in this case? Average. So if you're trying to appeal to millions of people, your products, your services, your things that are trying to reach a lot of people become more generic. The generic, consistent things are the things that appeal to the most amount of people, because more people makes it generic and cliche, right? So this is professionalism 101. When you are making a product and you want to expand your community, you have to reduce the nuance, technically, of the product and increase its general appeal. That's the mask you also wear. If you want to be more politically agreeable, you are more politically neutral in your conversations and you cater and become more agreeable to the other people. When you are genuinely yourself, it's a hit or miss. You're going to be divisive, right? However, you will have a niche, nuanced, loyal selection. So when you meet someone and they're an influencer that always speaks their mind, know that when you're communicating with them, their community will also be incredibly loyal, foolhardy, right? Like very trusting and like in that person. So they will come to defend that person rigorously and whatnot. And they're usually smaller but louder, right? So these are the balances. And obviously no one's 100% this and 100% that. What happens is when you start getting professional, when you become more professional and like for profit or sustainability, you start gravitating from being 100% you, from creating a basis for community, right? Like to get started, you often want to project just yourself, find a hardcore community, right? That nuanced community, and you build, and then eventually when that community expands for commercialism and all that stuff, you become more and more cliche and generic, like commercialized production. Like when you start, it's more personable, it's incredibly charming and whatnot, and then when you become successful and you know that type of success, like monetary success, it becomes more corporate, cliche, and expanding. So oftentimes when I say I may change up my tune in the future, it's because this is not scalable. This would require that every time you meet someone, you have to form a new mask. And how many masks are you gonna wear? That's a lot. So eventually these masks are gonna become more generic. And you're gonna try to make one mask more appropriate to a larger number. So you start adding cliches to the mask. And then what happens is those masks, then you will have dominant masks, right? Like, for example, ideally, I would say I wear 5 different masks that cover approximately more than 50%. I want to say 50% to 70% of my interactions. 30%, the other 30% are a range of like 10 different masks that I use in order to diffuse the more nuanced stuff. Like for example, one of the masks that I don't typically wear is instructor. I don't wear that. It's not like I don't know how to instruct people, right? What else? Chinese. I don't wear my Chinese mask very often. And you might be thinking, oh, these sound generic already. Yeah, because look, it's 5 and 10 masks. The more generic they are, the less masks you have to juggle, because you're trying to cover a large range. Otherwise, it's going to be insane. Like if you try to generate a unique connection with someone, which is based on your mask, a unique connection with everyone, it's not possible. You're gonna run out of time. It requires so much investment just to generate one. And I do this a lot. How long the average time do I take to generate a first connection? 5 hours per session, per encounter, over 10 sessions. That's when I think I would have invested significantly enough to establish like enough information from the other person and from myself so that we can combine and create a new archetype. And from then on, basically what I would say is, oh yeah, you know, we talked about this, right? Like, or, oh, hey, you remind me of a conversation I had with Procall the other day, like three weeks ago. And that's where the new mask is. That's the new mask. When that mask is established, it's how we interact with each other, right? This includes language. A mask includes a friend, I forgot what they're called, socialect. It creates a new socialect. So immediately I try to establish those things, right? We talk about our schedules, how we're keeping categorization of the discussions, and eventually that becomes unscalable. So whenever someone says, like, if someone is cliche and they wear a lot of masks, it also means they're popular. These are coinciding. So when someone has an aspect of popularity, then their professional mask is often cliche because it has appeal. When someone is like, this is not all the time. We're talking about coincidences, like percentage of coincidences, or you could call them correlations, right? Behaviorally, whenever someone says someone has a really cliche mask, it's probably also because they're popular. It wouldn't be cliche if they're not popular. Is kind of one of the defaults. Again, not all the time, but substantially most of the time. All inherent correlations in behavior. Yeah, I do that. You try to mimic people, but oftentimes it doesn't work as the other people usually receive as unnatural. Do you know the term LARPing? Yes. Now that I consider your previous comment about true self is fanciful. Yeah. So, the unnatural thing, right? The unnatural thing. I think this part kind of unnatural often is tied to the one characteristic that I was talking about, which is trying to establish a point of empathy. And in order to establish a point of empathy, there's also a side load of sympathy. So whenever someone is trying to respond to something, right? When you put on a mask, when you're trying to respond and try to synthesize a mask, right? The only way that mask, in my opinion, will be effective is if the thing you're pretending, so when you're responding, right, you're pretending. So say you're going full in 100% them. Oftentimes the unnatural part could be that there's not much of you in it, not enough of you, right? That could be one way to view it, not enough of you. So they're saying you are behaving unnatural to yourself. Alternatively, they could be saying your behavior is unnatural to them. And that also is involved in a point of sympathy and empathy. They can't sympathize with you because you are not behaving like yourself. Maybe. Right? That's part of the equation. But they are unable to empathize with you, so whatever behavior you have is unnatural to them. And that's kind of why when I talk about things, when you respond to things, you combine it with seeking things. Because when you seek a point of interest, and that's not meaning do exactly what I'm doing. I'm talking about whatever it is that creates that point of interest to you. when you seek a point of interest, that is natural to you. And then when you're responding to something, while it may be unnatural to you, right? Because you're adjusting to something that it's not you. When you're combining these two, what happens is they have a point of sympathy because they know that you are consistently seeking a point of interest. So there's a behavior that is routine, that's natural to you. While also when you're doing that unnatural thing, it creates empathy. Because now you're seeking something that's behaving naturally of you while participating in an activity that you both will share in the future. So like someone is talking to me, like for example, Prokal, you were talking to me about Jordan Peterson. Well, it is you asked me, do I know, like, watch Jordan Peterson or get in that? Well, it's actually unnatural for me to watch Jordan Peterson. Like I already mentioned that. And so do I continue being unnatural by saying, oh yeah, like I don't really watch Jordan Peterson? Do I end it there? No, I don't end it there. What I do is I frame Jordan Peterson to what is natural to me. Then you had a point of sympathy for me because I was explaining, oh, well, you know, what you do on YouTube and stuff when you watch videos and stuff, I have a sympathetic and an empathetic tether to that. I explained how Jordan Peterson comes up for me in a context that is natural to you and me. That's a point of empathy. And you can sympathize because I described a situation that involves watching Peterson that would occur with something that's unnatural to you too. Like sometimes the YouTube algorithm will recommend you a Hank Green video. That would be synonymous with sometimes Jordan Peterson comes up with me. So what I did was I described how Jordan Peterson came up while I'm watching people I naturally watch. I'm basically playing back the conversation that we had 3 days ago. When you asked me, do I watch George Peterson? I explained how I end up watching George Peterson through clips and stuff because the people that I watch also talk about the things that Jordan Peterson talks about. So naturally, that YouTube algorithm that you are very familiar with will serve me Jordan Peterson things. So even if we might not empathize with Jordan Peterson, we can empathize with what's natural to me, and you can have a point of sympathy because now we have an analogous shared tether. So something that is unnatural, as in I don't watch Jordan Peterson, but you do. So it's kind of unnatural. That's kind of weird. It's like, dude, Jordan Peterson's kind of weird. Just watching for that. But it's not that weird. That, to me, covers both the major factors. These are two of the major factors. Either you're behaving unnaturally because you are trying to adapt into mass. Again, there are other things, but I think these two are the primary focus for the thing between us. You're either feeling unnatural because you're engaging in a activity or like a line of thinking or something that's unnatural to you. However, there might be a lack of point of sympathy because you haven't introduced anything of yourself in there that is both sympathetic and possibly relatable to them. So either it is unnatural because the way they do things and talk things, you are still trying to learn that, but there's no point of empathy yet. You have to do it long enough to be able to empathize, while at the same time appear natural in doing so. But if you're constantly trying to adapt to something that you're not naturally used to, then there's no part of you in it. So either or makes it feel unnatural. So whenever you have to talk, right? I usually focus on talking because there's no way I can get in the same room with people anymore. So when it comes to talking, like over a mic or a conversation, That's the point. You need a point of sympathy, or one requires a point of sympathy, which could address a point of empathy. Alternatively, there is trust. There's also trust, so we'll throw in trust. A trust me bro situation would mean that you go through a path of unnaturalness to develop the point of empathy, which then can go back to empathy of something about you. That's usually the type that people, this is like the luck. This is like the lucky take it opportunity. Like if that's offered to you, then absolutely go for it. I think many times when people want love and like fit in, they're talking about this pathway, which is you meet someone and your friends or your family, or like you're born into family, right? And then family connects you with things. There is trust already, or unconditional love. And we're not talking about like strictly intimacy. I actually strictly am not talking about intimacy. We're talking about like platonic love. And platonic love, unconditional platonic love, deals with the acceptance of trust. So that is the type that I feel when you're a teenager or someone inexperienced, that's what you're acting on first. And if you get used to that and continue to do that, that cycle gets hard, like more difficult, because trust, when you get older, becomes more nuanced. They're generally more nuanced. Trust is harder and harder to come by, like unconditional, because people got older and older. They have more and more experience before trust is given. So what happens is when you talk to someone, you got a stranger, and then you're like, hey, I just want to like participate in your thing. If there is trust, then it doesn't matter if you're unnatural or natural. They trust you. And then when they trust you, you do the things enough to create empathy. And that empathy makes things natural. Like, oh, that's just the way he is. Like, oh, that my best friend, that's just the way he is. Or that's just the way she is, right? Because there's unconditional trust. You shared the experience, so it becomes natural because you have shared the experience now. That is the route that I feel quite a lot of people stay with. And that's totally fine when you don't have to interact with strangers later on. So like when you're getting older, right? When you become a professional, for example, and that professionalism involves public, then this becomes unreliable. Why does it become unreliable? Because it is inherently unreliable. It relies on luck, right? Because when you were born into a loving family, like, sorry if I don't want to like sound like too privileged or lucky, but I do genuinely wish that everyone was born into a loving family. So let's assume that, with respect to all those people who did not have the luck of being born into a loving family, when you're being born, it is your circumstances. So those circumstances give you early day unconditional trust and love. That's kind of the idea. And when someone is raised with a lot of unconditional love and trust, that creates a great foundation. However, if you stay small, right? Like if you're like, for example, if you're able to stay small, then all things are great. And now in this world that we live in, it's not that scalable. This is not scalable, because for every stranger, as you get older, how often do you think strangers are going to give you unconditional trust over and over again? By the way, I'm a sucker for trusting people much older. Like when I was in my 30s, I was continuously trusting, and yet I will continue to do this. Like I do often do this. But I will tell you now, the only reason I know it's not scalable and it's unreliable is because I continue to do this, not because I avoid it. When you openly trust people as you're getting older and older, it becomes less and less reliable. I know that because I'm proactive about it. So I'm okay with people betraying my trust and throwing my trust back at me over and over again, because I understand that. And how do I deal with it? I do the other thing. It's balanced by the other thing. Like, I can get people, quote unquote, I can get people, this is going to sound like a really terrible humble brag or pretentious, I can get people to like me. That's how you offset it. I can get people to like me temporarily so that sooner rather than later, they get to find out my true self. If I can get people to like me sooner, then we can figure out if they really are ready. If they're not, they leave. So how do I do that? I start with a point of sympathy and immediately go into a point of empathy. So whenever, like for example, Bree and I, we really don't have that much things in common at first. Bree and I talked for like well over a couple months, and the idea is I start by being invested in what she has to say. Like, then I find as many things that I can find that's common in between us. The cliche stuff. Like, she thinks it's really hard to trust people online or make friends online. I think that too. Like, some part of me think that too. The reason is I'm looking for reasons why she thinks that. And I look for reasons why I think that too. Despite knowing all the reasons that I don't think that. Because you have things that you can agree upon or things that you seek. The things you can find in that is also your true self. So like Procol, you're British. I'm American. But there's something in there that makes us similar. Right? If the person that I'm talking to is consistently thinking we're different, I start with that. Yeah, you know, you guys over there, you do this kind of thing, right? Thanks for saying soccer, by the way. Despite the Americans now have adopted soccer, which, by the way, here's a point of sympathy and empathy. I'm like filling in the blanks. I wouldn't say literally this, but did you know that the origins of the word soccer actually is British? Isn't that kind of humorous? The things that make us different is also the things that make us similar. By the way, I don't know if you knew or other people knew, but soccer is British English. It came from Great Britain, not the United States. It just so happens that the United States end up adopting the word soccer as opposed to the word football. Funny. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, you do both. And this way is far more successful. It's not the best. Yeah, as a contraction of football association. Yeah, soccer. Yep. Football association. What'd you call it? This is far more successful in terms of its consistency. But it is not great at efficiency. For like this like deep connection, right? You don't form deep connections by trying to be a flatterer and then working your way. It's multiple steps, right? A lot of times people would say, oh, well, aren't you just like A and B, right? Aren't you just describing A is just making friends, making friends with extra steps, right? That's kind of the lingo, you know, making friends with extra steps, as opposed to just jumping straight in and creating empathy. And then you get friends that way. Let's think about this. By the way, this is the net norm. This is the IRL norm still. Or we call it the adult, I'll call it the adult professional norm, where you have to create what is A that I just described? Rapport, making rapport, spending time establishing rapport, and then finding opportunities for empathy, which is participation, co-participation. That's a common interest. And then you test trust through the common interest. Net norm is you establish empathy through a common interest. And that common interest is obligatory. Then you become friends, and then you test trust and honesty. How does this work? Like, what are great ways to say? I would say greater than 50% of the time, people are connected through their common interest first. Like, for example, a video game. Or literally PvP. Or literally a protest. Literally a controversy. In which they all participate on a forum, but they don't know anything about each other. They know that it's obligatory that they must express their obligation in that task. That is where the tenuous nature of friendship starts. It's like, oh, we're friends because, oh, they're like my Minecraft friends. Like, oh yeah, they're my Discord moderator friends. Oh, that we used to play Overwatch together. Like, oh yeah, these are my streaming friends. Like, you know. And then after that friendship, if that friendship loses the common interest, the test for trust and honesty happens. And that is less consistent to follow through near the end. Here, in this way, you're establishing trust and like sympathy and empathy first. So you have to establish rapport, which is sympathy. You have to at least be sympathetic to establish rapport. Like, oh, I noticed that you seem to be really upset each day. May I ask, if it's not too uncomfortable for you, can you explain like some of the details of why you're really upset? I really want to get to know if there's a way that I could at least help you or like be of some useful service, like as a, you know, friend or something like that. So you're creating sympathy with the opportunity to create empathy by sharing an experience together, right? So you have to go through all of that, which then creates the common interest. The common interest is through the attempt to create empathy. So you have to initiate empathy. Empathy is not created out of circumstance. Like, it's not a circumstance of self-interest. When you want to play a video game and you just so happens to need opponents in a video game and then you become friends out of that, that's a self-interested system. And then later, immediately later, you have to create the mask. Because then when you become more than friends due to a common interest that is self-serving, you then have to form sympathy and empathy with that person. So it's not guaranteed because it could end right there. When the common interest disappears, you're no longer friends. It's like, oh yeah, I used to have this friend that played Minecraft, but then they started playing Valorant, so we stopped being friends. I mean, to me personally, no offense in a way, you weren't friends to begin with because there was no point of sympathy or empathy. The convenience of circumstance and self-interest was the reason why you guys were locked in that situation. It's like your coworker, right? You both just happen to work for the same company, or that coworker could be your best friend. There are two different situations, right? There's that coworker that walks around giving cookies and introducing themselves, and then everyone thinks it's cringy except for that one coworker that says, oh, that's really nice, right? Inefficient. This side is inefficient. It takes a lot of attempts. It starts by doing a lot of trusting, right? Creating sympathy, and it's rarer, but what you create is you establish the trust that is both you plus the other person immediately. So later down the road, you're testing the trust. You're not trying to test and establish. Sorry, the word should be establish here. Establish and testing the trust then. And I do the other side. I do this side most of the time. When someone asks me, you don't talk like this. Like someone asked me before because they said like, you behave different. You behave not like a streamer or not like other streamers, right? The cliche streamers. And my first thought is, yeah, with its pros and cons. Like depending on what you're looking for, there are pros and cons to this. I'm not like other streamers because what I do is not possible for other streamers. You have to understand that other streamers want lots of viewers, right? That's a lot of viewers. So let's just stick with like 50,000, right? And in order to do this to 50,000 viewers, that is like, I don't know how I don't know how it's possible. So it's highly improbable you can do that. So that's kind of the idea with its pros and cons. So the very nature of what we're talking about now is not scalable to that other one. And that's probably why it's a lot easier, at least in my opinion, a lot more appropriate to talk about this stuff in this format that I have. Now, does this mean I am genuinely, this is 100% me? The answer is no, it's not. You have to be me to be 100% me. You also have to be in my life approximately 100% of the time to know what it's like to be me. So the idea is we wear masks. How many masks we have, but like how many is often what I like to explore. You have a bunch of cliche masks, and then you have a bunch of edgy masks. And that's kind of how I want to take that metaphor back to the original comment. Right? And I don't know if this will change anyone's outlook on life. But for myself, that's how I go about it. For now. Like, one day, if someone that knows me, like all the people that know me now, and they see me later, right? Now, I use A. Later, if I use B, the people who know me now, I like to believe that they're not afraid of B. They will understand that B is necessary for later if it requires the appropriate professionalism. The idea is, though, I don't wait for that to happen. I have a mask that I can help with A because I've already been there. This is my professional mask. And then we have a mask, right? We have a mask for a personal, like a more personal relational stuff, right? So it goes into that. It helps me prepare for B. That's different for someone who start with A and they suddenly became professional, you know, they became famous and stuff, and now they have to adjust. They have to respond to B. Well, now they're just going to shoot their mouth, right? They shoot their mouth until they get into trouble. And when they get into trouble, that's when they learn a new mask. And that works, honestly. Like, the internet is kind of adapting to that. The idea is like, if you were, you know, you're 15 years old, right? And then you suddenly become famous. And then when you were like doing whatever you wanted to do, talk whatever you wanted to do, and then eventually when you're 22 years old, you realize that there were a lot of things you did in this time period that got you into trouble. That's where new masks are born, right? It's experience, response. And the things I'm talking about is a response to what I've done before. I can earnestly tell you, I know what it's like. I know what it's like, in my opinion. In fact, the whole LARPing thing, that would be kind of really apt, because LARPing is exactly what I did. When I was younger than 20, I was LARPing most of the time. And hear me out. Around 20, it's a coincidence that it ended up being around 20. I met my best friends forever, and I wanted to be them. What I mean is, I finally found something that interests me, and by luck, by the way. I genuinely believe that the best friends that I have, I met them by luck. And that luck dealt with going to the same school and whatnot, because I wasn't choosing to do things. I wasn't proactive still. Like, I didn't go to a college that I wanted to go to. I went to a college that I could go to, that I know I was able to go to, based on the luck of the people that I knew, because I was a kid, right? I didn't know what to look for. I saw something and I chased after it, right? Then I got to that college and I saw people that are very successful, that I wanted to be something like them. So then eventually I kind of end up being like them. In fact, I'm not even sure if I influenced them at all, or if they influenced me. I should have a conversation with them sometime. Like, when I was younger, they influenced me far more than I've influenced them. For the record, there's also 3 of them, so like, just by sheer number, they had more influence on me. So most of my behavior was influenced by them. So there was more of them changing me than I think I've ever affected them. I don't think I've ever, to this day, I'm not even sure if I've imparted any lasting influence on them. You would have to ask them, because I genuinely, it's very difficult to know. Like, I like anime. They liked anime before I met them. They liked Evangelion quite a lot. In fact, one of them was wearing an Eva shirt, and I didn't even watch Evangelion before meeting them. And so many of the things that I would say I'm like myself, I don't know if they picked up any of the mannerisms. I suppose that came from them. if they start saying fair enough, maybe. Like most of my speaking patterns actually were inherited by them. So if you're wondering like what does it feel like to LARP until you become that person, before I was 20, most of the stuff was LARPing. The imitations and the impersonation, I'd say like, oh yeah, you know what, yeah, she's really eyeing you, bro, she's really eyeing you, like she's getting that side eye, maybe you should go and get her number. It's kind of like a 8 out of 10 scale. Why not, right? Give it a go. That type of thing. Or like, yo man, I was just walking down the street, and there was this incredibly well, like, souped up Honda Civic, like we're talking about 90s converted, like a racer, right? Slightly derogatory now, but it had this just inappropriately large muffler. Sound like a constipated car running down the thing, right? Running down the street. Unnecessary. But that does bring back a lot of nostalgia for our childhood, doesn't it? When you guys were like souping up the repurposing Honda Civics in the car. I still remember our conversations about the S2000 when it landed. And that, to me, those are the things that I remember, but I don't know if I had any interest. I went to Halo parties, right? Like I'm still, my high school friends are gonna literally, I don't even know if they knew that. The Halo parties, I love being, I like being there, but not for the reasons that my high school friends might think. I didn't like being at the Halo party to play Halo. I didn't like Halo. I'm sorry, like, to all the other peeps who are like, a millennial that grew up in the United States in a white suburbia America didn't like Halo. It's like, no, I didn't like Halo. I didn't like playing Halo either. Like, I still don't like it now, honestly, but I got to hang out with the friends. Like, I just sat there and observed them. That was why I like. And for the record, the most extended conversation I had were with their parents, because I was a high achieving student, and one of the high school friends' parents, their mother is a science teacher. So one of the most in-depth conversations I've had that was closest to my thinking teenage brain was having conversations about academics and scientific pursuit with their parents. Yeah, you just sneak it in every once in a while, you just talk about like academics and whatnot. Meanwhile, they're having the time of their life when they're playing like Halo and whatnot, and that's perfectly fine. I participate in it, I kind of like, oh, there's some shenanigans, or oh, you know what would be really fun, like tossing this in the air and watching it collide onto the ground. It's like, yeah, okay. Or like being good at video games or being good at sports, I had no real motivation for that. However, I tried my best. So like when someone gets angry at not performing, I try to see if I can do that. Like, do you get better if you get angry at performing, or like trying to put your skin in the game? Those are the things that I had to learn. Like, I tried them. So do I get angry when I fail a physical task? I genuinely still don't. I can certainly demonstrate what it's like when you throw something for the 1000th time and somehow like you screwed up on the 1001th time, and then you start like chucking the thing at a wall or something, and it makes you feel better. Like, I've done that, or I tried to do that once in a while, right? Or something like that, to see what it's like. But I genuinely, like, when someone asks me, do I feel reward for being like really physically athletic, I don't. And they kind of, I imagine they kind of know that. So whenever someone, like a stranger, this was recent, it was like 3 or 4 years ago, we had a meetup. It was a total stranger, it was a stranger meetup. It's like a friend of a friend situation. And this person spent quite a lot of time talking about how they were like kind of indirectly talking about how they're athletic. And I had a shoulder injury, like kind of like a shoulder stiffness from something. And they kept talking about things like, oh, you know, like out of the three of us, you know, I'm kind of more naturally athletic. And my first thought is like, I guess. And then the person that I know better, we like look at each other, it's like, I'm not sure what we should say about this. Like, I think we just nod and agree because neither of us really care about that principle of athleticism, right? So those are the things, like natural situations, right? And then we did something that I know how to do, and that person spent a lot of time trying to negotiate how they're still athletic because they try to make an argument that they don't usually do this. And I'm like, yeah, I don't either. It's been like 10 years since I've done this. Like, well, you know, but you played before then. It's like, I don't, okay, I suppose. I mean, 10 years is a very long time, but there's a age discrepancy too. I'm also 10 years older than the other person who's in their mid-20s, and that's kind of how we had how it feels a lot of time. You still do the same things. You're still wearing masks, being unnatural. Only now we know how to play it. You know, we know how to play it off and whatnot. And perhaps you'll find your way of doing things, Procol. Or fake it until you make it. I can certainly tell you that I am not going to fake popularity until I make it. That's, maybe we'll do it as a really fun little thought experiment. Like, what would it be like if we were doing like a fake it and make it situation? Well, I mean, there's quite a lot of superficial things you can do, and superficial not being like being used as lesser, but more like on the surface. We can do a lot of surface things to present ourselves as cliche. And the funny thing is, while we constantly try to pride ourselves on nuance, right? Zeros and ones, like nuance. Oh yeah, nuance is the best, right? Nuance is the best. And me too. Nuance is the best because they stick out. But in reality, the things that are cliche occupy more than 50% of our routines. That's the whole reason about routines, right? Routines are cliche. So coming to terms with these type of things, like what is unnatural and natural? Cliche is natural. Nuance is unnatural. Might not use those words. People have different euphemisms, you know, in the English language to portray this. Nuance could be uncommon. And then cliche or natural could mean common. So these things do exist. They're different euphemisms. And when one can think about it that way, my first thought is, that's interesting. If this is cliche, I'm kind of curious. What are the patterns that make this consistent? And that's what I do with cliche things. I turn it into an unnatural way of looking at things. For example, if someone tells me, oh, that's cliche, I want to know about the depths of how that is cliche. And when someone is nuanced, I want to know the depths of why they think it's nuance. Back and forth. And anytime this happens, we're putting some part of them and me, or me and them. And because of that, to me, it's like breathing. It's very, like, this is, nowadays, it's very difficult for me not to speak as though I'm speaking for someone else unintentionally, right? Whether they like it or not, or trying to read their mind. Like, a lot of times I get the comment where like, oh, you know, you always seem to, these are comments I've heard before where like, it sounds like you already thought about this. Did you already think about this? Like, yeah, I have. Like, but like, how would you know that? Well, it's trying to pay attention to the other person. Like, the idea is you have to synthesize these things, right? It's like, but then do you agree with them? It's like, no, I don't have to agree with them. But I could make it I could build it so that we can both have different opinions about the same thing, and then still share that space because there's a commonality that underlies the disagreement, right? There are things that we agree upon even within disagreement. And if you find that, then what happens is, despite disagreements or agreements, you normalize that. It is your thing. So most of the time, I rarely ever feel like I need to remind myself to do that. Like, I haven't said like, oh man, you know, why am I so in my own head? Like, it feels like all I did was project my opinions onto someone else. Well, that has gone away, obviously. Or like, it just feels like I'm just playing along and they never understand the true me or something like that. It's like, nah, they always understand some part of me. And the goal is to, you know, share as much as possible between two people or like a group or however you're doing. The goal is to be understood, right? However, the process is the most important thing to me. If you think that someone will always understand the true you, it's hard for me to sympathize, but I can sympathize partially, right? Because telepathy is it's going to be a hard thing to navigate. Having like pure telepathic connection with someone. You can have telepathic like connections, I suppose, like some people who believe that they're so alike that you can read each other's minds. For myself, I get that comment despite not having the intent of reading anyone's mind. The goal is, if someone says they're super special, I will learn that super specialness by also looking for what makes us similar, or makes what's similar to other people. And then when someone says they're really similar to, like, everyone's the same, I will make it my duty or interest to see how we're different, using what is similar. So then at some point, it will be as though we can share both our agreements and disagreements. It never, and again, we have to emphasize this. It's not efficient. It's not efficient at all. It should be something that you have to choose to invest in. So then we wrap it back around to the first thing that started most of our discussion today, is that it's understandable when you're choosing not to invest in a parasocial relationship, especially if that parasocial relationship is on a show where you're focused on the temporary part of the show. That's like, in a way, gambling on a poor investment. However, However, our previous conversation protocol, way back to QI, you have already demonstrated that to me. Where when you're watching shows, oh, actually, maybe it's Gecko. Now that I think about it, you and Gecko are kind of similar in this way, where when you watch a show like QI and you become interested in the guests, it allows you to discover new people in order to invest in. So that's one way to positively spin the other way. Like, you might not be interested in the host, but the show is giving you a format that gives you a lot of guests. And then one day you might encounter a guest that is electric, right? Like someone who's just happens to pop on the screen, and then that gives you a discovery process. So these shows also offer opportunities for discovery. Like, for example, Hank Green showing up on QI could be a great boon to Hank Green, because then people might be interested in Hank Green and then they might pursue other media for them. So the reverse is also true. If your intent, right, if the intent is to watch these shows for the guests, my intent would be to look at who's interesting and then follow up and invest on them. So that's another way to empathize why, I guess, what is a deeper motivation for someone to focus on the guests. And then from my perspective, if someone's recommending a show to me, I focus on the most consistent part of the show, because I'm trying to get why they like the show, like, consistently. And oftentimes what's cliche about that is the most consistent things are the things that create that investment in a show. So the consistent part is not the guests. It might be like the overall nature of the guests. And then that goes back to my statement about why I think QI has a very consistent guest schedule. As in, despite the guests being different people, they tend to be very consistent with their guest selection. And that led to my conversation about why I gear towards more programming that involves interacting and testing the range of the host, not the range of the, not necessarily the consistency of the guest. They should, like, I like hosts that have to interact with cliche people, interact with maybe honest people, or interact with controversial targets. If they are able to do all of that, then I have a parasocial empathy. I have an immediate parasocial connection with that person, because I genuinely believe that what makes my life incredibly rich and exciting to me personally, like the true self that you're talking about, is interacting and having to adapt to many people, many different types of people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the discussion. Actually, I think Drama would be comfortable with this. Early on in a stream, when I met Drama, I said this thing about multiculturalism. The idea that people stay for maybe like a year or some extended time with me is the idea that it's the other parts of me that is interesting. The part that whenever we have a conversation, it feels like we always seem to be talking about the same thing, but somehow it's different each time. It's different, but the same, right? And that is the idea of trying to remember what other people think, what they're interested in, but still keep on sharing things that you yourself have, but you're putting it in the context of it being understandable to the other person. So while the other person might not have to change their opinions or whatnot, I can still introduce things so that it feels like it's something understandable to them. And that's kind of why, yeah, I could be cringy. That's fine. Eventually, that cringe would be like something explainable by the other person, right? So something unnatural becomes natural, and it doesn't stop because you could explain why I have this unnatural behavior, which makes it natural to you because you can explain it. So if someone had to describe me in a way of how they know me, they would probably be able to describe me accurately on the mask that I wear, right? We're very consistent. I'm very consistent, and I'm consistent in the context of the person I'm talking to. Now, it does get a little weird. I feel like there's gonna be a challenge here. I mean, James, Proco, I'm sure you guys can challenge this in a way. What happens when you have, like, for example, my closer, like, people in my workplace and stuff have challenged me before, where what happens when you have 3 people, right? 3 separate people who have 3 separate masks, and I am interacting with all 3 of them. Like, what happens then? Like, would they see a different side of you simultaneously? And that used to be a problem. Like, what I mean is that used to be like shocking or blindsiding, where like one of my best friends, right, meet up with another one of my best friends, and they both interact with each other, and then I interact with them differently. Like, I interact with one best friend in a certain way, and I interact with another best friend in a certain way. And then the person would say, wow, I've never seen this side of you before. Like, how come you never interact that way with me? Situation, right? And that used to be a problem, because I wouldn't have thought of that being a possibility. Nowadays, it's more like, hey, by the way, I've been talking about my best friends, this best friend, and I have been talking about this best friend. So when they get together, it's almost like they already knew each other, because I already explained all of that. So when you get to know me, you also get to know everyone that knows me. That's like, eventually that has to happen. And when someone says, am I pretentious? Am I hiding something? It's like, you'll know if I'm hiding something, or is it because you don't talk to me enough? So there's a difference between being pretentious as keeping things from someone versus pretentious as in I'm trying my best to make sure everything is important, because it should feel like it's more important than just me. It's also important to you. So whenever someone talks about things, you know, how hiding, scheming, like, oh, that's my other friends. Well, we don't have to talk about them. It's not important. Like, but what if I meet your other friend? And they're like, nah, you'll never meet them because I'll never let you meet them. I'm like, okay. No, they don't really actually say that. They would say, nah, you'll never meet them. And the subtext is, I don't see why it's not. I don't, like, if we're gonna be best friends, how are you like compartmentalizing this? Like, I used to do that though, but not necessarily intentionally. I used to do that unintentionally because I don't understand my friends as well as I think I do. And I don't care to share until prompt about my friends. So nowadays, when someone finally meets together, like one person crosses another person, it would be more of a aha moment, where when another person that knows me meets another person, it's like, oh, you're that person. And then the first thought is, I hope you didn't say anything embarrassing about me or nothing. Like, it will probably be they would be realistic portrayals. I don't necessarily talk people up, nor do I talk them down. I talk about them in the best way I understand them. So if I say the most I can about the things I understand, then I'm unapologetic. I'm unapologetic So in a way, when someone says I'm being pretentious or I'm being dishonest or like I speak in half truth, like I can't even begin to say what that is like. Like I don't even know what that is like, where you would like how can you get into a state of mind where you have to not say certain things about yourself because you have a great reason to keep something from another person that you're willing to invest, right? And you might be arguing something like, well, you just did that. I'm like, no, I didn't. Time. Things take time. So if you want to share a telepathic connection with me, then you can be unreasonable and say, well, you never told me this. It's like, yeah, I never got to it. We didn't get the opportunity to do that. So to me, whenever when someone says, oh yeah, you never told me you played League of Legends, it's like we didn't get the opportunity to talk about League of Legends yet. So when I'm talking to someone and they're constantly saying like, oh, you never told me you were good at Japanese, so you were just pretending to be bad at Japanese, or you never told me you were Chinese and you had parents, so we didn't get to it. Now, here's the thing. If one of your friends behave like that, the question is, will that become a problem? If that becomes a problem, and I see as a problem, we talk about it. So like, hey, can I understand that it's great to need to know everything, right? In the internet, when you want to know something, you hope that you get that information. How about we do this? Let's compromise. If you wanted to know something, let's exchange some stuff. If you ask me one thing, I'll ask you one thing too. And then we'll try to come to understanding and try to empathize that when we try to get to know each other, it takes time mutually. So let's practice that together, because we both want to know all the things so that we don't get blindsided. So let's start. So you've been so on and off listening to what you've been saying. I don't know if you're still talking to me or a YouTube. Oh no, I'm just talking in general. Brokaw. Are you still sieging it up? Did you say Siege? Were you playing Siege? Yeah, are you still... I think it was Siege, right? Anyways, yeah, I'm probably gonna change up the schedule here for this, but I was gonna do Hanzo Hero, but now we're gonna go to Wanikani after this. Yeah. No, I was just chatting, like rambling. Anyways, I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember all these, but we'll see. Let's test how good our encoding is. Alright, to do something as fast as possible, or a way to refer to trains with limited stops. Okay. Alright. A meal eaten early in the day often consists of cereal, toast, or other similar foods. Sounds a little bit Western with that cereal comment. Alright, this one's fine. To view flowers often with a group of friends, used especially in regard to cherry blossom. Right. So but you went off call and you think you said that? Oh, you went off call? Okay, and then you just come off Overwatch, I see. I equals to custom matches talking with people I see. You don't mean, and I think I said that in a bad way. Oh, that's fine. I actually don't remember. So I had to scroll up, and the thing about Twitch chat is yeah, it only goes, wait, no it doesn't. He keeps everything. I was trying to figure out what you were playing, and I remember reading Siege somewhere, and that's as far as I got. A singular specific idea or argument put into text that may consist of several pages or just one sentence. MAKU. Oh no, it's Buncho. Wrong one. Okay. Alright, well, let's go find out.
Tempuraを食べる。
これはあなたの靴下ですか？
光が差す。
毎日家事をします。
オレンジを食べる。
あ
なたの家には何台の自動車がありますか？
お正月を迎える。
Have you learned any word phrases in Japanese that you ended up thinking about the word phrases meaning in a slightly different way? It would be very interesting if you did, similar to the fact that names or colors may change how we see colors. Yeah. I can tell you a really cheap one, like a super cliche one. Well, actually, maybe it hasn't changed too much for me, but it does change the perspective of other people. When you think, here's the idiom, if you're familiar with it. And I pulled my ears because you've heard the idiom green behind the ears, right? Or something like that. Something of that nature. Green behind the ears. In Chinese and Japanese, it's blue. Like, it's blue. Like, it leans towards blue. Green behind the ears? Yeah. Like a soldier. A soldier that is green. Like, you're still green situation. When someone's green, they're sprouts. Or newly formed leaves, so to speak. Or they're green behind the ears. As in, like, inexperienced. Spring. Green is spring. Or go or spring, you know, like spring plus spring chicken, right? Things that are green are in the beginning of life, right? Well, in Japanese in Japanese and Chinese, it's blue. It's also blue. Blue and green are overlapped. So what is blue is also green. So all the euphemisms about life, new life, amateur, rookie, like youth, it's associated with blue. And I'm using your words literally. So just because you mentioned color, so I do have an example for color. It's green and blue. Also red and black. Red, lots of things that are red are black. Like, for example, a sunset and twilight. Like when the sun is setting, is both red and black. It's most red before it becomes black. And then there's also tea. Black tea is red tea. So just to provide some color things. Now, did it happen in a slightly different way? It did, because now I know the writing for red and black. So I literally know, but I heard it before. Like whenever I'm saying black tea, I'm saying red tea in Chinese. So like those things have kind of existed. And in Japanese, it's similar. So whenever, like, for example, orange is red. Orange is like a kind of like a lighter red, sort of speak. It's kind of like a more saturated red. Orange is sat red. And then pink is not pink, it's the light red. So, like, for example, if you ever visit, like, in Japanese, you probably saw, like, the tori gates, right? Tori gates are, they're red. They're not orange. But if you go to Japan and you talk about architecture and stuff, they're gonna say they're red, not orange. And that's why today's, and if you're wondering, what does this have to do with today? One of the words is orenji. Literally, the Japanese word is orenji. And the preference for saying orenji is because orenji is akai. It's red. So it's different shades of red. Akai is the, you could add a modifier to akai to get orange. You don't need orenji for the moment, but since orenji sounds like eigo, sounds like English, right? It's because the concept of orange is like, There is, now you might be thinking, well, is green the same? Sort of. Like there's midori. Midori is not the same as the concept of this green. There is green or green. And then midori has adopted into a color thing, but its use is kind of different from the universal use of green in English. So there's that too. Which I don't think green showed up here. It was I think it was yesterday we got the word green as one of the colors. You watched a short today featuring Neil deGrasse Tyson. He wondered if we bleed green, what color would traffic lights be? There's only one correct answer. Pro call. This is a joke. Warning. There's only one actual color combination. It's blue, yellow, and red. That's traffic lights. Blue, yellow, and red. Fight me. They are actually blue, by the way, just for the record. I'm not kidding. Like Asian, it's blue, yellow, red. Or red, yellow, blue. Yeah, they're blue in Japan. Yes. Blue traffic lights. I mean, they could kind of look green, I suppose. But they're blue lights. there are blue lights. Oh, you thought of something. Genghis Khan and the blue spot. Coincidence? No. I don't think, I'm not sure if that's a coincidence. Do you know whether Oriental Asian language stemmed partially, absolutely from Indo-European? I have no idea. Yeah, it would be cool to add a linguist, like a linguistic expert or like a language history person. Probably that's under linguistics. Yeah, I don't know. I actually am a dilettante when it comes to knowing historical facts, like in general. Like my history is, it holds, the well of my history is like 10%. 90% of my memory is dedicated to application. If hear me, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Mythical Kitchen and if you like food stuff, but Mythical Kitchen, the host, Josh, he's one of these guys. His charm comes from historical facts. Like he like rants and spews random references and like, yeah, from GMM. Yep. From Good Mythical Morning. That Josh. Like he just spills eidetic like recall all the time. Like a random sports statistics, like spouting historical origin stuff, which is that's his like bread and butter. For me, I'm like the other way around. I'm usually, nearly everything is subjectively connected. So I rarely have, it's not to say that I won't try. I often try, but you don't watch it, but you used to love GMM and Red and Link. Yeah, so Mythical Kitchen is a branch of GMM, right? So, and then Josh is the person that ends up in charge of the Mythical Kitchen things. And he talks about facts all the time. Like, there is a, with Sorted Foods, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Sorted Foods, but they're kind of like the British version. Those guys are really incredibly charming. They had a crossover too. They collaborated and whatnot. And a lot of the stuff talks about like American history and like food culture history, American history and okay. What a foods? Sorted Foods. I think they're just called Sorted something. I watch them every once in a while, like when it comes up on the feed. I think it's called Sorted Foods. And sorted is funny because the word sorted, it's very British. To me, whenever I say, "Oh yeah, we got to get sorted," right? Like that's proper British right there. Like saying things are sorted, like Sorted Foods. You know, you could say like arranged foods or organized foods, but then when you get to sorted, I'm like, yeah, I feel like that's proper British right there. They do very similar things. They're kind of like bros now, like across the pond bros with Mythical Kitchen. I watch Mythical Kitchen a lot. I enjoy people who are like, they're charismatically adaptive. So whenever there's a host that does that, they constantly adapt themselves to things. I often look forward to the next thing they put out because it could be a different situation. I think humans are so vibrant when it feels like they're very comfortable in their own skin. You feel like GMM and the branches from has become so cliche millennial. For the record, there's a really funny bit on Mythical Kitchen. Shout outs to Mythical Kitchen, by the way. maybe one day on a bucket list when I'm 70 years old, we could, if they're still around, there would be a chance that I get to meet them. They literally do a boomer, Gen Z, and millennial bit for many of their segments, just to break out of that cliche. Literally, they do this. They legitimately have boomer, Gen Z, and millennial behavioralisms, to the point where they would invite critics, which is very millennial, like food critics, and then like 67. Do I have to say more? And then boomers are like, I actually absolutely love boomers because I have a soft spot for older generation. That's probably more of a cultural thing than anything. I very much love hearing the wisdom, however, life experience of people who are much older than me. Breaking news: Cycus and Silky Simmermoth have been removed from the card pools. Which one is? I'm gonna tell you now. I don't remember either of those. Wait, Silky Simmermoth is the Death Rattle 6-star. Get a. Oh no, that's the beetle thing, right? It's the beetle thing. That boosts beetles thing, and then Cycus. It kind of looks like a purple moth, like this, probably. Yeah, okay. And then I don't know what Cycus is. I don't know which one Cycus. Submit to the 67. Stick your tongue out and shake your head while altering. Stick your tongue out and shake your head, alternating, moving one arm up with the arm down like this. What? Like in what way? Like this way? Like your hands are elevators. Palm facing up. Oh, okay. The juggle. You know what's funny? You're describing like your hands, the elevator like this, right? Or like, you know, like it's the juggle. This used to be like the juggle sign. Yeah, juggle is far better to describe it. Yeah, you're like juggling or going, oh, okay. So 67, and then you stick your tongue out. Since when did that happen? Which, by the way, they in Mythical Kitchen, like MK, right? Mortal Kombat. Sorry, that was a millennial joke. So in the Mortal Kombat arena, Mythical Kitchen, right? I'm surprised Josh didn't make a Mortal Kombat reference yet. Maybe they already have. I don't know. So in the MK tournament, they do have representation of 3 generations. So they're 1 generation, and gonna be real, it's very difficult for me to resonate with the Gen Z representation. Occasionally they would have like children, like family friends who are like have children taste test the food and whatnot, so they do have a bit of Gen Alpha branching. That's kind of the thing now, to try to get representation. So this is not out of their range per se. Not out of their range. That's kind of funny though, the juggling and the sticking out. I'm not sure about sticking out of the tongue. I'm a little uncomfortable with the whole tongue thing. That's interesting.
スマホを使う
You swear this is the only example you could find? Alright. Here, let me see. Oh my goodness. Wait, but how does he say 67? Oh wait, do you say 67 and then you do that? Oh my gosh, that's... Dude, that tongue is flat. Maybe less intense than that. Alright. That's a little that's a loose tongue, man. You know the expression hold your tongue? Let's just say my tongue is very, very stiff. Is that wording questionable out of context? Nah, I think we're fine. No, you do it all together. You couldn't find a video of someone doing it though. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Alright. That's so weird.
カフェに有名人がいます。そのシャツが欲しい。
T シャツを着る。
You're surprised you're even entertaining the idea of doing it? How are you surprised at this point?
私はサラダが好きだ。
How are you still surprised by that? After our lengthy oh my gosh, lengthy 3-hour discussion. How can you be surprised about entertaining anything from me?
Hotel の受付で働く。
I get that a lot though. I'm not trying to gaslight you, but I do get that a lot. When someone says like, why, like maybe 2 or 3 times when someone says, yo, you know, you sound like a millennial. So then I just decide to type like a Gen Z, and they're like, wait, you can type Gen Z? And I'm like, well, I mean, yes, I mean, like, you see things, don't you? Yeah, that's a good point. Although after you understood the tongue thing, you quickly stop attempting it. No, the whole tongue thing is like, I don't think I can get my tongue to get like, ow. I think my jaw just clicked. I don't think I can get my tongue to like do that. It doesn't work in that way. Tongue do not mechanically work that way. Express train. Oh. He's just trying to find me in some compromising, out of context, behavioral misconduct here, Procall. I see you. Oops. Have you seen the mid-season Hearthstone patch? It's still Time Warp, but also anomalies, plus a load of hero and... I played one yesterday. I played Hearthstone yesterday. And the anomaly that I got was... I've got what it's called, but you can pass on the Time Warp. So you can save for major Time Warp. You can spend all 4 currency on minor Time Warp or pass it to major Time Warp. So I basically... I played... who did I play? I played the T7 guy, Ethereum or something. And I passed on the Time Warp pause and then spent the 4 in the major Time Warp shop. You would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling MAKUs. Listen. Honestly, my first thought is, how many things have I done that could be taken out of context for misconduct? Oh, which T7? The T7 guy. No, the T7 hero guy. And the T7 I picked up was... Oh, I lied. I spent one of the time warp currencies. The play was the T7 guy. I had 3. I picked the legendary that had Battle Cry, Death Rattle, and Rally, give you a T6, right? And then during the first time warp purchase, I picked the Snicker Snack, and then I passed the other time warp, and then I basically had a field of T6's undead, T6 undead, and then I sold the guy, and then ran to the end of the game, right? It was fairly quick when you're just pumping out T6s in turn, like when you are still at like T4 or T5. Statements. What the statement? Singular, specific idea, or... Oh, okay.
文章を書く。
Alright. Oh, I did 7 and 13. That's weird. Alright, so we did do our 20 today. And I think that's where we're gonna stop for the day. I understand that there's like 151 reviews, but because of our conversation, we'll just catch up another time. I think I'm quite flexible nowadays for this up. It does say that I only learned 13 out of 20, but we actually did 20. 7 of them was before midnight, and 13 of them was after midnight. And this happens quite often. We're gonna be switching over to Wanikani, and then Hanzahiro, we might just do the lessons and then catch up. I kind of like these long days. These long days are kind of fun. So tomorrow maybe we'll have like 300, 400. We'll see how the upper limit goes. I do want to play Kiwami though. So maybe one of these days there's gonna be like 4,000 reviews, and I'm like, let's go see what we can do. I haven't ever decided to just let reviews pile up and see how we can go. What games is that? Kiwami? Kiwami 3 is Yakuza 3. It was released 2 days ago. We played the Dark Tides parts, the MSQ. Just the MSQ focused. So the main story quest of Dark Tides, which was like 6 to 8 hours for me, and then we still have to play Kiwami 3. This is Kiwami 3 is the name. This is their quote-unquote remake series name. That's their keyword, Kiwami. For Yakuza. It's Yakuza 3. But today I can't do reviews and stuff because we have to keep on moving, because today is the Persona 5X Valentine's Day special. Oh, which by the way, happy Valentine's. It's 20 minutes into Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day to anyone who observes. You're already like 5 hours into Valentine's Day. Japanese culture has a very specific way of celebrating happy Valentine. Thank you. You'll reciprocate in 20 minutes. Oh no. Wait, it's already 20 minutes after. It's 20 minutes after already. It's past midnight. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Oh, sorry, are we 4 hours apart right now or 5 hours apart? I was rounding up. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Yes. If you're interested, Procall, like to make it a little bit more about Japanese to relate back to Bunpro and whatnot. Have you ever wondered? I'm sure you might have. This might come across your mind recently. Have you ever wondered what is Valentine's like in a incredibly strong face culture that is entirely strict and routine in formalities. Japanese Valentine's Day is very interesting. There's quite a formality to, I mean, Japan in general, there's quite a lot of formality in the adoption of westernized celebratory events. Christmas is very interesting too. Christmas is very interesting in Japanese. So if you're ever interested in, you know, not necessarily the language, but if you wanted a fun little read of Valentine's Day, Japanese Valentine's Day, I'll be talking about that during the P5X thing as they show Valentine's Day. You imagine it would share similarities with the general approach Oriental Asians have towards present giving? Absolutely. There is even a gender bias and gender roles to them, expected gender roles. Oh, and also you found that the English version of you I told you about, you can send their social media if you're still interested. Yeah, DM me it. DM me it, Protocol. I would love to. It's kind of, honestly, it's kind of flattering to know. Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot here. But hear me out. A lot of times when someone says, you know, on NetSpeak, there's this tendency of when someone says like, oh yeah, you are just like someone, right? And that can come off as like, we're not describing this yet. This is a setup. Why I think about this. NetSpeak, you are just like, you know, X, but I don't know, maybe like budget or something like that, right? Often this is implied, like your budget version of something, right? And then that's kind of like, it flows to the ego of the person. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is I'm not like this. I want to tell you, this might sound a little cringy, but whenever someone says, oh, someone, you'll be back in a minute. Oh boy. Someone reminds you of me. I just want to say it's flattering because it also means that you were reminded. You were reminded of me when I wasn't even there, which is what I was going to say. But be back in a minute then. I will finish this topic. He'll be able to see it back. No worries. Let's end this section of Bunpro. We didn't do any reviews, so we're not gonna review anything here. Anyways, kind of a non-traditional Bunpro session, but that's what we're here for, right? So let's end this. That's a wrap for our Bunpro. We did our lessons. I think the lessons are the most important. It's the bottom line for Bunpro. We do the lessons. And then the reviews, no matter how much they stack up, they will be fairly quick because of outside the grammar. So I imagine I don't have any grammar reviews. Yeah. So these are vocabulary reviews. So we're taking February in a pace as we're going. Hanzi Hero, maybe a little less optional, but we'll probably do the same thing in Hanzi Hero today to make room for P5X. So for now, that's the end of Bunpro. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along with Bunpro, right? Pick it up, give it a try, go at your own pace. The most important thing to me is what I'm going to say next. You are more than welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things, multiculturalism. I'll make it somewhat about language learning. I know how being distracted or talking about other things that can't foreseeably be germane to the current task at hand. I assure you, I really do mean this. Sometimes when you're in the hustle bustle of improving skills and skills with language learning or whatnot. I think one of the greatest things about sharing stories and communicating is that when you're language learning, there still requires a practice and output of communication skills. So despite me using communication in English, the discussions and stuff are every reason, like one of the foundations of trying to learn another language, because you talk about those things too. You're back. Oh, so to finish off the statement, right? During NetSpeak, right? Let's end this part here. During NetSpeak, a lot of times people are saying like, you're just like this, or you remind me like this. That's kind of how like the egocentric way of looking at things. But for myself, whenever someone says, oh, someone reminds you, right, you, Procol, of me, like me, I actually find that incredibly flattering, because the way I look at it is that somehow you decided to think about characteristics that you understand about me when I'm not actually there. You see what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen very often in my line of work, like in a lot of times in my line of work, because generally the environment that I typically find is when people are focused on their performance, right? They're typically younger people, and younger people have enough things to juggle about themselves. So if the things that they typically focus on is not the human or the person behind all of that, they're still trying to acquire all the experiences and contexts and results that they need at that, at a younger age. And I'm not suggesting you do this. The idea is, I tend to think that most of the greatest reward from interacting with someone is putting into action the things we talk about. But occasionally when this stuff happens, it's often like, I find a very different interpretation, right? You remember the idiom flattery, right? Flattery or imitation is one of the imitation is a great form of flattery or something like that, right? Imitation flattery. Now this is coincidence, but this is not because the person that you said is imitating me. It's the idea that you are making the connection to something that I am, or I am to you, without me being there. So that's greater than object permanence and objective observation. That's sentimentalism. So oftentimes whenever people say that, it actually comes from people who, how should I say this, are healthier, like overall, because they have the luxury, and which is good, they have the luxury and the privilege to be able to think of humans and characteristics of humans, as opposed to consistently focusing on the idea of things serving them. So that's kind of neat. It's both flattering and also reassuring that you're able to appreciate like people, because I honestly think that is what later in life helps people excel. You see people, you don't see exclusively what their work is trying to tell you about that person, right? And I'm not saying you shouldn't at all do that. You should be one is able to do both. So it's quite flattering. And of course, I would be interested in seeing what you think about me, because it's wrong. I'm kidding. Okay. I'm actually kind of genuinely curious in what aspect is this English version of me is like. I'm curious what the particularities are. If it's about saying 67 and doing this motion and sticking out your tongue, right? That's not it. If you tell me that English version of me did actually do that, I don't believe you. Maybe they did. Who knows? I'm actually genuinely curious. If you ever find out that that person says 67 that way, that'd be grand. All right, that's the end. I'm gonna take a quick break. So until you think the initial interest came from you both sharing general similarities in terms of tone, deadpan way of talking, which you guess is somewhat, but you guess mostly due to a culturally similar upbringing, specifically in the household. And then the more you notice, the more specific similarities between. Oh, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. All right, folks. Again, you are more than welcome to come on by and yap, talk, exchange ideas. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break. Take a quick break, stretch, walk around, bathroom break, and I will be back for Wanikani today. So be right back. Thank you. The more you watch, the more you notice. I see. All right, I'll be back.